All right, everybody. It's time to get started. Time to get started with some Sherlock Holmes again. You guys excited? We haven't done this in a while. Let's turn that off and launch the game. Hey, Kit Kat made it home in time. Welcome. That's right. You're right on time. We're just starting the game up. How was work? How was work? Feel different to be back? Work was work. Fair enough. Fair enough. But it went good. Okay, good. Good to hear. By the by, expect us to have mixer issues. By mixer, I mean the platform. The anomalies continue. The anomalies continue. It says it's online right now, but I'm not getting any actual screen. Yeah, I'm going to probably have to contact Restream and see what's going on. I don't know. I've done what I normally do to fix it. It's, you know, it's their version of turn it off, turn it back on again. No shit, G-Names. Hi, 15. How's it going? Thank you for that, host. Twitch wasn't twitchy, yeah, but Mixer's mixed up. All right. Y'all ready for this? Let's go. Time. The Abbey Grange Affair. Is this the... Let's see, we did the bath one. We finished that. I don't remember what this case was about. I'm sure we'll figure it out. Oh, it's nighttime. It's semi-quick. It's nighttime. What's going on at night? Oh, it's same thing. Same thing at night. Okay. Good to know. I heard a voice. What was that? Did you hear that? There was somebody talking?
The letter is on the table.
Kit Kat's like, why did I show up? Husband murdered and some suspects.
The letter is on the table, Holmes. You should take a look.
Right. I don't remember any of the keys. Let's see. Open the casebook as tab. Okay. Caps lock is view. Interesting. Talent, imagination, deduction space. Which characters help? Okay. All right. And run. Okay. Holmes received an urgent late-night summons from Inspector Lestrade. Something is wrong at Abbey Grange. It appears to be a case of murder. We are just what? All right. Hey, there's
the letter is on the table, Holmes. You should take a look.
Which table? I got a couple of tables. Well, some are desks, technically. See, now I would say that's a desk.
The letter is on the table, Holmes. You should take a look.
I mean, technically that is a desk. I'm just saying. It even has a desk lamp. Preface. It's a desk. No shit, she did. That's right. Look. It's a desk. Examine the address.
I can tell from Lestrade's handwriting that he was in a hurry when he wrote this letter.
Oh, okay.
A wax seal with the monogram E.B. The Brackenstall family coat of arms.
The line is ready. Nice. All right, Abbey Grange. My dear Mr. Holmes, I should be very glad of your immediate assistance in what promises to be a most remarkable case. It is something quite in your line. Except for releasing the lady, I will see that everything is kept exactly as I have found it, but I beg you not to lose an instant. It is difficult to leave Sir Eustace there. Yours faithfully, Lestrade.
So, what is it, Holmes?
Promising, as always. It appears to be a case of murder.
So you believe that Sir Eustace is dead?
I should say so. Lestrade would consent to me, less.
Twin minds with that.
His
Host on the
writing
mixer
shows
side, thank
considerable
you.
agitation, and he is not an emotional
Looks like the
man.
mixer is kind of working.
These people belong to
Kinda,
high
sorta.
society. The quality of the writing paper, the EB monogram, their coat of arms. The crime was committed before midnight.
Holmes, how can you possibly tell?
Well, it is all thanks to Lestrade. He wrote his letter at 3:30 in the morning. Imagine the chain of events before that. The local police had to be called in. Scotland Yard was notified. Lestrade himself had to make haste there, and finally compose the letter he sent to me. All of that makes for a fair night's work.
It makes sense. Lestrade also speaks of the woman he released.
That seems to indicate that she had been held somewhere during the crime. Much time has been wasted. Let us find a cab and go to Abbey Grange immediately.
On the way.
I live in hope of an interesting morning.
Abbey Grange. Right, off we go. Are we? Oh, actually, are we dressed properly? Are we good? You think we're okay? We have a letter here. Okay, good. The Times. Colossal scandal in high society. Well-known, remarkable archaeologist, pride of our nation, Rodney Bentcliffe, found murdered. Crime took place Roman Baths, Strand Lane. That was the previous case. Location of the archaeologist's most recent research. What is most truly shocking, the murder of Sir Rodney was at the hand of his former friend and partner, Percival Blinkhorn. Death sentence is the only possible punishment for this breed of villain. Typical get-up, good to go. I's happy with it. Kit Kat's happy with it. Believe we've read this one, The International Conflict. Yes, we've read that. All right. We're ready to rock and roll. Let's do it. On the way to Abbey Grange.
Ah, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, here you are. I'm very glad that you have come, but perhaps I should not have troubled you after all.
And why is that?
Lady Brackenstall has come to her senses, and she has given so clear an account of the affair that there is not much left for us to do. You remember that Lewisham gang of burglars?
What, the three Randalls?
Exactly. The father and two sons. It's their work. They stole a silver service, which is of great value.
Sir Eustace Brackenstall is dead, then?
Yes. His head was knocked in with his own poker.
A
Damn, son.
violent act of aggression.
Yes, the poor lady. She has had a most dreadful experience. She was assaulted and tied to a chair.
Oh,
But I
dear.
think that you would best see her and hear her account of the facts. She's in the morning room with her maid, Teresa Wright.
Where is the body of the deceased?
In the dining room. We haven't touched anything.
All right, I'm going to examine it.
Very good, Watson.
All right, inspect the room where Lady Brackenstall is. Well, first, though, we're going to...
Lady Brackenstall awaits you in the morning room.
We'll check that out in a moment. What's...
Lord Ramsay Brackenstall.
He looks like a friendly character.
Baron Lyndon Brackenstall.
Hello. Thought it was Minecraft today. No, 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 no.
Lord George Brackenstall.
You were there for the last stream, don't you remember? 2 weeks, and then, 2 weeks, and then, the,
Sir Warthen
challenge.
Brackenstall. Lord Brigham Brackenstall.
Lord Brigham
The Brackenstall
Brackenstall.
family seems rather austere.
Yeah, they seem wonderful. Is this the morning room? Looks like it might be.
Ladies, allow me to introduce myself.
Oh, man.
My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Half
I'm
asleep.
assisting
Fair
Inspector
enough.
Lestrade in this investigation.
Mr. Holmes, I am the wife of Sir Eustace Brackenstall. We were married only a year ago.
I am sorry for your loss. Please accept my deepest condolences.
I suppose that it is no use my attempting to conceal that our marriage has not been a happy one. I fear that all would tell you that, even if I were to attempt to deny it.
Can you describe to me the events of yesterday evening?
Yeah,
Is it
somebody
really
got it.
necessary?
I don't
have
think her
already
husband
told
did it.
Inspector Lestrade all that happened.
Yes, madam.
At least not yet.
It is.
I will tell you then.
Her husband's dead.
So
She
Eustace
was
retired
guilty.
about 10:30. I sat in this room until after 11, absorbed in a book. Before I went upstairs, I entered the dining room to fetch a candle and, oh God,
Please, go on.
as I approached the French window, I found myself face to face with an elderly, broad-shouldered man who had just stepped into the room. Close behind the first man, I saw two others. One of them struck me a savage blow with his fist and felled me unconscious to the ground.
And then?
When I came to myself, I found that they had secured me tightly to a dining room chair. It was at that instant my unfortunate husband entered the room.
He fought with the intruders?
Yes, I think he had heard them, for he was holding his stick. But they were three, and he eventually succumbed. One of them, the elder one, struck him a terrible blow with the poker. I fainted once more. When I opened my eyes, they had withdrawn. Then my brave Teresa came to my assistance.
Did these three villains steal anything?
Yes, I found that they had taken the silver from the sideboard, but you can see for yourself in the dining room.
Seems strange to want to have to murder somebody and tie somebody else, tie the wife up for silverware. Fresh bruises, yes indeed. Gold brooch, kangaroo, and emu, Australian origin. Makes sense with the bit of an accent here. An elegant dress. A lot more to the story. Yeah, obviously, there's something else going on here. A wedding ring. We already knew she was married. Thanks, detective. What else? What else? Pale cheeks. Down under, that's right. There's something else. What is it? Oh. Old bruises.
You mentioned that your marriage was not a happy one. Was there anything specific that was troubling you?
He was not a nice man when he was drunk, and he suffered from dark moods, but nothing else.
The bruises on your hands are at least 1 week old. Your husband caused those bruises?
Oh, do you? Yes, he did. He was very angry at the time, out of control. Again. Sir Eustace was a
The
drunkard.
land down under.
To be tied to such a man for life is worse than death.
Your ladyship?
Well. You better run, you better take cover. That's right. You better run, you better take cover. Guess we're talking to the maid.
Teresa, I would like to hear your testimony.
Certainly, sir. As I sat by my bedroom window, I saw 3 men in the moonlight down by the lodge gate. But I thought nothing of it at the time. Oh, if I'd known.
And then?
I went to bed, and it was more than an hour after that I heard my mistress scream.
Noble.
And down
I love
went
that song.
To find her tied to the chair and him on the floor with his head smashed. That's all I know.
Well, have you guys heard that Seagull Stop It Now? That's the video for that's amazing. Down on the beach, I'm strolling. Wrinkles, okay. No gold brooch for the maid. Working hands. Handkerchief with vinegar. Carrying and resuscitation. And some coffee stains. There's a whole slew of videos from them. It's bad lip reading. They've done everything from presidential speeches to Star Wars music videos. Fantastic. Definitely worth a watch. The Star Wars ones alone are fantastic. I'm waiting for them to come out with new, like, videos off the new movies. All right. What do we got here? The Times. Family, business booming. Randall gang is back on the street. Less than a fortnight ago, the infamous family of burglars, the Randalls, as they are known, made their reappearance by way of a brutal but successful intrusion into one of the wealthier homes in Sydenham. Police are already on their trail. However, the details of the crime are kept confidential, including that of the name of the victim. Witnesses able to provide a precise description of all 3 men will surely give the police a chance to complete their profile on this family of delinquents. Me coming home with a poor grade. Dad, let me grab the beater. Uh-oh. We would take the liberty of reminding our esteemed readers this highly dangerous band and to provide the full description as it is available at this moment. The gang has been in business for some considerable time, being a family of 3, father and his 2 sons. The elder, Jack Randall, a man in his 40s, already gray-haired, average height and build. Being the mastermind behind the burglaries, he retains control over his sons, both of whom are close in age, very different in appearance. First, William Randall is tall and broad-shouldered, small disproportionate head. The younger brother, Melvin Randall, somewhat weaker constitution, skinny as a rake. Gang is wanted not only for their frequent thefts and break-ins, but the exceptionally brutal pirate career they enjoyed before returning to England. Be alert. May your valuables stay safe. I says, I am flying the aircraft and finishing my license in Hay River. I don't know where that is. What's Northwest Territory? Canada? The Peace River? Wow. I assume that's what that is. Dude, that's awesome. Congrats, man. Then I rolled Noble. Then I rolled the log over, and underneath was a tiny little stick. And I was like, that log had a child. That log had a child. That's the way he sounds, too. Investigate the murder at Abbey Grange. Anything else here? Inspect the dining room. I know, man. I know it. Old bruises, that's right. Robbery was turned into a murder. Lady Brackenstall was assaulted, tied to a chair. Eustace tried to resist, is now dead. Head knocked in with his own poker. According to Lady Brackenstall, It was the Lewisham gang of burglars. The three Randalls. The three Randalls. Grace is very attached to her mistress and has known her for a considerable time. The only resident servant at Abbey Grange, cooking for, serving, and nursing the lady. She would not hesitate to protect her in the event of any trouble. Lady Brackenstall, not quite 25, wealthy Australian family, married for a little more than a year. She has, in all probability, suffered physical violence over the course of the last fortnight. The lady lives a solitary lifestyle, seldom venturing outside.
The description of the Randall gang provided by Lady Brackenstall is identical to the one in the Times article.
Okay. Hey, we already have a deduction? A deduction. Criminals identified. The well-known Randalls. Probably was fake. The whole story invented in order to blame the death on the Randalls. Little early to conclude that, isn't it? Match the... I'm not picking one right now. Wow. Jumping right away to the... right away to that. Can we give Sherlock the gold medal in jumping to conclusions? Concentrate your attention on finding details. I think Sherlock wins the gold for jumping to conclusions.
These scratches are most definitely made by the picture frame. This is Sir Eustace's safe. There may be something important inside. I must ask Lady Brackenstall to open it.
Right. An object of interest. The lady.
Lady Brackenstall, could you open this wall safe?
No, it is my husband's safe. I do not know the combination.
Uh-oh.
We have to open it. Your ladyship?
Okay. Welcome back. Welcome back. Well, I doubt there's anything else here. That was probably the big clue they wanted us to find. Yeah. All right. Well, time to go check out the dining area. Do 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 do.
You should examine the body of Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
Mm-hmm. So what have you been doing then, Watson, this entire time?
So, Watson, what have you learned
Yeah.
from examining Sir Eustace's
Yeah,
body?
Watson.
Well, I can confirm that the death was instant. Sir Eustace was facing his attacker when he received the blow to his head. There are no other apparent injuries.
All right. All right, thanks. Quick blow to the head, and he was kaput. Got
A
it.
trapper's hut.
Worry about the French window in a moment.
A hunter's cabin.
Hmm.
A hunting scene.
Okay, there's a theme here.
Antique hunting weapons.
Yeah, I get it. Hunting. If all the, the animal trophies didn't, give you some clue. Oh, can I not? I was going to say, can I not go around this side? Not putting the whole song together. I'm going to post it here. In this chat.
This candlestick is valuable. It is interesting that it was not also stolen. These wine bottles are expensive and mostly from France.
Again, why aren't they stolen?
An empty silverware box. It appears that the intruders have stolen the contents.
But was it really silverware? Feel like there's something else here. Let's use our sight beyond sight. Anything? What about our imagination? Nope. We have no imagination. Oh, what?
A bottle of wine is missing here. The criminals did not thoroughly ransack the house. They only took a little silverware.
Maybe there was no actual robbery. Maybe yes, maybe no. Yeah, exactly. It's all suspicious.
The hunting scene.
Yes, hunting scenes. We kind of figured that out. This would be the chair that the lady was tied to.
Sailor's knots. That's interesting. This
Yes.
rope was handled by the murderers. We need a scent hound to follow their trail. I
Ooh.
will take it with me.
All right, then.
This is the chair that Lady Brackenstall was tied to.
Yeah. Mousy, hey, what's going on? Hello, Mousy. Collect Toby from Baker Street, follow the trail. And the sailor's knots, we're going to do some analysis. Cool. Oh, some things here before we get... Just left Tristan stream. How's he doing? He's playing some Animal Crossing, I think I saw.
There is beeswing at the bottom, as if the wine had not been decanted before being poured.
You the only one there? You were the only one there? That's weird.
This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing.
Tristan's been, from what I understand, been doing pretty good over on the Twitch side. The only one chatting. Oh, fair enough. You know how it is. Sometimes people are
This
quiet.
glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing. It is rather strange that only one of these glasses has dregs of beeswing inside it, while the other two are clear.
Okay, Mousy, no problem.
A decanter standing next to the open bottle, an inseparable pair indeed. Chateau Calon Ségur, French wine, Grand Cru.
Something strange about how those drinks are done. 2 glasses with traces of decanted wine without beeswing, and a third with wine and a large amount of beeswing. Found in the dining room. Unusual, I suppose.
A deer hunt.
More hunting
A
pictures.
fur trader's cabin.
Yeah, more hunting and trapping. We're just going to ignore the body. I don't care about that. Look at this fine dining room. Oh. Sight beyond sight. Mantelpiece. What about it? Aha!
It appears that the bell rope was cut by someone taller than me. A fur trader's cabin.
We need to use our imagination. I would think maybe somebody just, well, they could have reached up if they were taller. The imagination going to show anything else there? Other than that's where the rope goes? Huh? Alright, let's investigate the body. Let's investigate this fireplace grate. Ooh, blood.
It is covered in blood.
Blood.
Sir Eustace might have struck his head upon it while falling from the blow. That is one possible explanation.
It's a lot of spray there, man.
Barefoot, he had therefore been in bed and did not have time to fully dress.
Right.
Quite a large stick, a formidable weapon.
It's a slapping stick. Slapping people with it, like his wife. I mean, well, probably truer than it ought to be.
That must be the murder weapon.
Could be.
The head was cracked with the force of the blow.
Like we have some more deductions. Bet, poker, dead body. Could have been due to a poker blow. Could be. There's also the fireplace grate. Could have been a deadly accident. Accidentally striking his head on a fireplace grate. Right. Three people drinking wine out of these glasses. One of the three probably prefers wine with beeswing. There were two drinking wine. The remaining consisted solely of the dregs from the other two glasses. I mean, if I had to pick, I would think it'd be three. It's kind of hard to... I don't know. I don't know, though. Not sure yet. Yeah, I didn't think those went together at all. I'm not ready to jump. Not ready to jump to those conclusions just yet.
The death was instant.
Looks like we need to go do some analysis on this rope. We still have not found... We're going to have to get some information here about that safe. We haven't found anything about that. Let's open the French window. Really? Can we go out? We can. Nice looking place. The statue over to the right. Kind of surprised we could actually come out here and look around. Do some sleuthing. Might be a little too early to find anything of use. That's just the newspaper. Just reading the paper. Oh, here's a little shed. I'll get to that shed in a minute, sir. What's over here? Oh, the well. Okay. I suppose we could go take a look. Nothing currently of importance. We're probably going to have to bring the dog in. This may be what the dog will be for. Yeah, they're not allowing us to even open that. Okay. Must be what the doggo before. Is there anything else here? I think we need to go back. Let's go get analysis on... Well, is there anything we... You know what? I'm gonna go see if we can go talk to, we can go talk to the lady. I want to know if she knows anything about the drinks. Aha! Perfect.
There are 3 glasses on the dining room table. I was wondering if...
Oh, I forgot. When I came to myself the first time, each of them had a glass in his hand. They might have been a father and his 2 sons. They talked together in whispers, and then they left.
So they...
Your ladyship?
She says there were the 3 gentlemen were drinking.
Please leave my Mary alone. She suffered so much, she deserves some rest.
Oh, what a horrible thing to have happened.
Noble, here it comes. All right. Let's head back to the office. Back to home base. Trying to fit it in 200 words. Might have to paste half and half. Rockin' and rolling. Oh, jeez. Alright, let's do some analysis on this here rope.
Let us see how the rope was cut.
Noble.
The fibers at the end of the rope are smoothly cut. Let us try to find out what tool was used to cut the rope. The fibers from this cut appear to be different.
So not scissors. Run, 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 jump. I can be a backpack while you run. Yes. How about some cutters?
The fibers from this cut appear to be different.
Not cutters? How about a kniffy?
If I cut the rope with a knife, it matches the original.
A kniffy. He used a kniffy. You're a psycho wiener. Rope was cut once with a sharp knife, tied quickly in sailor's knots, indicate the intruder had a sailor's background. There we go. That I can be assured of. I don't know for sure it was 3 people, but let's make the assumption for now that it was. I really don't know about that one. I don't know about that one either. They say he was asleep. You put a fish in our basket. Yes. Alright, we gotta get Toby.
Come on, Toby. We need the best nose in the British Empire on this case. I agree with you, Toby, that Watson's shoe is preferable to Mrs. Hudson's cold cuts.
Damn, son.
Someone should take Toby for a walk.
Alright. We should have the dog. There we go. Toby right there in the carriage.
Search, Toby.
Someday, when you are older, you could get hit by a boulder. Yes, it's a great one. You're lying there, screaming, help me, please. Seagulls, poke your knees. Dog's got the trail. Oh, dog had the trail. Oh, there it is. Oh, the dog can run. Do the noises. Oh, look at that. He's going to thing. Try to remember. Sniff the shed.
The intruders entered the shed for some reason when they were making off with the silverware.
Hold on a minute. Come over here and do my business. Ah, okay, good. Let's go.
The scent leads to the well. I should check it.
If I was a real dog, I'd have like stopped like 17 times. Do I do a switch? No. Guess we just keep going. Got like a little gallop. You hear it? It's really faint. It's like ba-da-dip, ba-da-dip, ba-da-dip. It's like a horse. Does its business on every tree. Yeah, if I was a real dog, I'd stop at every tree. That's right. And them little flappy, look at them little flappy ears going. Majestic creature. Isn't he? That dog is fat. Getting him some exercise here. There you go. Some exercise, Toby.
The intruder's trail is lost behind this wall. The criminals left the house through the French window. They walked to the shed, then across to the well, before fleeing by climbing over the wall. I wonder why they chose such a winding route.
Well, I'm not sure about the shed, but I got a feeling that they dropped something down the well. So, let's start by the shed. Nope. Hold on a minute. Gotta do my business. Okay, good. Let's go. Yeah, exactly. Gotta go somewhere, guys.
This hook might be useful.
Just take random shit out of people's house, Holmes.
This old suitcase sounds hollow. It must be empty.
Okay.
Small gardening tools, nothing of great interest.
Well, then why was the hook so interesting?
Bags of seed. Some empty bags were recently moved.
Somebody fall down the well? Yes, Lassie. Yes. Is Timmy stuck down the well?
There's something glittering at the bottom there, but how can I reach it?
Mm-hmm. Let's remove the busket and attach a hook. How do you think Holmes makes a living? He just steals people's shit, sells it, puts it on eBay. Right? That's how it works. They had eBay then, right?
Silverware. This is hardly a coincidence.
Oh boy. Well, now wait a minute here.
The Brackenstall coat of arms. It appears that we have found the stolen silverware.
Why would they ditch the silverware that they were supposedly there for? Stolen. Yeah. Robbery's confirmed as the motive. The criminals may have plans to return for the silverware that they dumped. That doesn't make a lot of sense. She's guilty. Killer. Robbery could have been imitated to explain the death. Silverware was not supposed to be found. That's what it looks like to me. And interestingly, the 3 people story seems wrong too. So we've got some other thing going on here. What if the Randalls were just being blamed? Protect her daughter? I don't think she has a daughter. Are you talking about the maid? What if the maid did it? May have been an accident. So what if the only thing that's not working yet, okay, so the maid, it sounds like maybe the maid is involved, right? Because she is not happy. She does everything she can to protect the lady. And the husband was very violent, right? So what if that was the case? However, the maid is not tall enough to have cut that rope with a knife, and I don't know if she knows sailor's knots. So keep that in mind. Yeah, there's some things that just don't quite add up just yet. I mean, she could have stood on the chair, but the sailor's knots thing, I don't know if she knows that. Looks like we gotta go back and inspect the room where Lady Brackenstall is. Her father could have been a sailor, taught her how, yeah? We really don't know her history. Lady Brackenstall. Should be on this side. I don't know if I can get in through that. I can go through the main room.
We found your silverware, Lady Brackenstall. It had not been taken very far.
Is that true? I am very thankful to you, Mr. Holmes.
That's all you got to
Your
say?
ladyship?
Oh, what a horrible thing to have happened.
Well, we're gonna... Oh. Didn't know if she'd have anything else to say.
We found your mistress's silverware.
Oh, that's good news. You really are as clever as they say.
Indeed.
Silverware isn't nothing compared to your husband being murdered. I mean, yeah, I guess that's some consolation, but I'm sure they're not as pleased. Hello. Did I miss this? Maybe I did. A photograph? Is that all? Just the photograph?
This photograph of Lady Brackenstall and her maid Teresa was taken at a port, but which one?
Really? Rocket Gibraltar
So
and
the
Adelaide.
lady and her maid came from Australia a year and a half ago on this ship.
Huh. Okay. I mean, just because they sailed doesn't mean they know anything about... They were on the ship. That's not like actually, you know, running it. But we can go look that up. Australia. Yes. Rocket Gibraltar, 1893. Name of the ship and date, Lady Brackenstall and her maid's voyage. Guess it's time to go back to the office. I don't recall looking at that stuff. I don't think that stuff was accessible then. Maybe we can ask some more questions about the ship.
Please leave my Mary alone. She suffered so much, she deserves some rest.
Oh, what a horrible thing to have happened.
Right, let's go back. Back to the base to go look up some information. Trusty Toby by our side.
Well, Holmes, do you have a lead?
Dr. Watson, it's Mr. Isa Whitney. He says it's urgent.
Isn't that the fellow we found in the opium den while I was undercover there? Or am I mistaken?
Yes, the gentleman whom I wrote about in The Man with a Twisted Lip. But I must go. This addiction of his causes irreversible damage.
In that case, I shall continue the investigation alone.
I hope that you'll tell me everything when I return.
Time to use Google, or at least what was Google, at least at the time for him.
My archive. I can always consult with it if needed.
So you...
My archive. I can always consult with it if needed.
Okay, I thought we were going to consult the archive about the ship. It looks like there's more to investigate. I don't think we have anything else to...
My archive.
Yeah.
I can always consult with it if needed.
Well, that was my mistake. I didn't stop to see the thing hit complete. Any other clues we can... Any other deductions we've got yet? No. Violent behavior from Australia. Yes. What are you talking about? Those aren't connected. Totally connected. Alright. Back to Abbey Grange, I suppose. So what else is hidden here? What other secrets? You guys hiding? What are you guys hiding? Don't make me use my sight beyond sight powers. Well, I mean, yes, there's this...
Let us try to open this safe.
But we don't have the combination.
This safe can be cracked. I only have to pay attention. The dial will vibrate when it is set to the correct number.
Oh. Okay, then. Very odd one. My message didn't go through. YouTube has... Oh. YouTube has a thing. Poking fun of the news. YouTube likes to, media in general. Yeah, well, YouTube has some soft censorship going on, dude. We've discovered that certain things that are said a certain way, yeah, YouTube's got soft censorship in place. There's nothing I can do to stop it. It's like hardwired into YouTube. Find another way to say what it is you wanted to say. Yeah, there's certain things you're not allowed, like the word die, as in someone die. It doesn't like that word because the idea is maybe you're telling the streamer or someone in chat to die. We found that out. Yeah, there are words. There are words YouTube is soft censoring. All right, well, that was some pretty easy safe cracking. A medical report. Oh, money. Why examine? Can't we just take that? This is how Holmes makes his living. All I said was modern day news.
It is common practice to keep one's valuables in a safe behind a painting. It should not really pose a challenge for a criminal.
The thing is, Noble, like, there's some things that they've actually, YouTube has censored. There is a person, I'm not going to name the person, but a few months before the whole COVID thing started, there's been some whistleblowing and stuff going on. There's a name of a person that if you say it in your YouTube video, you can get in trouble. You can actually have your channel totally removed. Just for saying a person's name. Yes, this is the world we live in, guys.
Antique coins.
Enjoy your
possibly of value,
dystopia.
but they're scattered without care.
Yep. Sir Eustace, your current physical and mental state is of great concern. There are several signs of a hepatic decompensation. Does that have to do with Winnie the Pooh? No. The last time that we met, your eyes were bloodshot, your skin was tinged with yellow. A particular odor from your breath that is common in those suffering from liver damage. Then there are the lung abscesses. Lung abscesses. Wait, hold on. Particular odor from your breath, common suffering from liver damage, lung abscesses, leg cramps you've described are caused by an alteration to the nervous system, which in turn is caused by an excess of alcohol. And this includes the tremors. Liver seemed excessively hard at the time of examination, sign of evolving cirrhosis. Also, signs of ascites, I'm not sure the pronunciation on that one. Fluid in the peritoneal cavity. Evident with swollen stomach. Pain beneath the left rib indicates pancreatic malady. I don't even know how you pronounce that word anymore. My brain's just mush. Which may lead to fatal and fulminant pancreatitis. Your condition may pose a risk to others. Your excessive alcohol consumption lowers your self-control, heightens aggression. I'm available to help you with this problem. There are a number of treatment options. Join on the Twitch side, no weird censoring. Twitch lags, Twitch is inconsistent with its own rules. So is YouTube. As far as inconsistent with their own rules. CNN can report and the opposite is YouTube lags for me. YouTube has tons of inconsistent rules as well. You know, the things that you can monetize on your videos on your channel are totally different if you're CNN or Jimmy Kimmel as opposed to, you know, random Joe YouTuber. Just saying. Inconsistent rules are all part of the dystopia platform, ladies and gentlemen. It's all here. It's ready. It's good. Poor health. Medical report found inside the morning room safe. States Sir Eustace Brackenstall endured poor health, suffered an addiction to alcohol, and a nervous disorder. War never changes. That's right. Okay. Now that is complete. He was an alcoholic. Right. And suffered with cirrhosis and other
Oh,
things.
what a horrible thing to have happened.
The whole internet is inconsistent? Yeah. Well, like usual, it depends on who you are.
Everyone, get in here!
Alan, what's going on? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Raid!
Sir Eustace's doctor speaks of his violent
What's going on,
behaviour.
guys?
Yes, Sir Eustace was an extremely violent man.
How is it
Detestable
going?
Human being, to be more precise. It is true that he once threw a decanter at me, and all because I dared to stand up to him in defence of my mistress. Sly devil. God forgive
There
me
we
that I
go.
should speak of him so now that he's dead, but a devil he was, if ever one walked the earth. We met him only 18 months ago. She'd only just arrived in London. Yes, it was her first voyage. She'd never been from home before. Wonder with his title and his money and his false London ways. If she made a mistake, she has paid for it, if ever a woman did. She doesn't have any friends here, so it was especially hard for her.
Sorry, we're listening for some interesting clues here. Okay. Thank you oh so much. Alan, how's it going, man? Raid Shad, man. Have you heard of Raid Shadow? Shadow Raid Legends. No, sorry. Got that totally wrong. Shadow Raid Legends. All right. We got some new deductions to go look at. How is it? No personal life. They were from Australia. Lady Brackenstall married Eustace shortly after arriving in England, remained at home. Little possibility she or her maid are acquainted with anyone. Or they're acquainted with someone from the Rock of Gibraltar. Shadow Raid Legends. What's the next? I feel like we need to go back to Baker Street now. Peace River's actually Alberta. Ah. Yeah, definitely still Canada. Let's go back to the base, I think.
Oh, what a horrible thing to have happened.
Well, we've got the whole Rock of Gibraltar thing. We've got that they may have had some friends on the ship. I'm hoping we finally can access Canada. Look at all the snowmen. I want to see if we can do some research.
My archive.
Really?
I can always consult with it if needed.
Really?
Have you found something interesting?
Brave Toby. The best nose in the British Empire.
Okay. What if it was an accident? No, I don't think so. They're saying there could be no acquaintance, but I don't see that though. Actually, I'm not really sure. What do you think you're looking for? Some kind... Well, I'm actually totally out of, totally out of clues here. I don't have a, where to go next thing at all. I'm trying to figure out what piece we're looking for. We're missing something crucial. Basically, whether or not they actually have acquaintances with someone on the ship. I'll go talk to the inspector. Maybe there's something, something I can get from him. So, Alan, what's good, man? What were you doing tonight? Here we go. Here we go. I can talk to the inspector.
What do you know about Sir Eustace, Inspector? What was his reputation?
A charming man when sober, but an absolute demon when he was drunk. In such moments he was apparently capable of anything. Why, once he splashed fuel on Lady Brackenstall's dog and set it alight.
Holy
Another day he threw
crap.
a decanter of wine at Miss Wright's head.
The alcohol seemed to madden him.
To
Set
the
the
point
dog
that we
on
were forced
fire?
to intervene several times to avoid a scandal.
Inspector, I have recovered the stolen silverware.
You are a wizard, Mr. Holmes. And where is it?
In the garden well.
Excuse me?
Unique, isn't it?
Rather absurd. What is the point of stealing silverware and then throwing it down into a well?
Perhaps it was used as a temporary hiding place, or simply the thieves wanted to get rid of it. It is up to us to solve this mystery.
Oh, you know, I know there's something else we didn't do. I know one thing we didn't do yet. Let's see if this connects anything. Domestic violence. Eustace was murdered by the one person who was visiting that night. It's he who tied up Lady Brackenstall. He is tall and strong. Right, and they'd be acquainted with a sailor. The villain is the Joker. Probably a sailor. Search for sailor suspects. Right. Now, one other thing that I did not do, and I don't know if this is going to be a major, might be nothing, might be a whole lot of nothing. And that was when they ran from the well, we didn't inspect the wall. And I don't know if there's going to be anything. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything here. But now, maybe, we can go back and get some information. Sailor Moon, yes. Or Popeye. Could be Popeye. Let's bring up our super site. See if there's anything going on here. I'm not seeing anything. I know it was over on that side. Yeah, it's alright. Not seeing anything. Yeah, no worries. I doubt there was anything super important left here. But we've got our clues now. We got some clues now. Sailor suspects. So now we should be able to go back. But before I do that, I'm going to go talk to them directly and see if there's any anything they want to give up willingly to talk about. Spectre's gone. Oh, there he is.
Holmes, don't look at me like that. I don't know what to think about all this.
Oh, what a horrible thing to have happened.
Please leave my Mary alone. She suffered so much, she deserves some rest.
Okay. So they're not going to talk. So now we can go back, hopefully, and look up some information about sailors, the Rock Gibraltar ship. We'd find out who they might know. hopefully, we can look at our archives. Aha! All right. Poisons, wounds, criminalistics, martial arts. You know what? That's not what we want. Newspaper. Let's go to 1893. Rocket Gibraltar arrival. Arrival to Rocket Gibraltar. Ship returned. Rocket Gibraltar bulk carrier from the Adelaide, Southampton, London line. Cunard Building, James Street, London, has returned from a 6-month voyage through India, New Zealand, and Australia. The ship brought to England Miss Mary Fraser, heiress of the Fraser family, owning land and tin mines in Australia. Reportedly beautiful young lady, presently engaged to Sir Eustace Brackenstall, one of the wealthiest gentlemen in Kent.
Here it is.
Right. The address of the Rock of Gibraltar ship owner and the crew list. Okay.
The shipping company, the Adelaide, Southampton, London line, and its address. Interesting. It must be the place where they keep the records, including the one for the crew of the Rock of Gibraltar.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard, they'll give it to you without any problems.
But I have another solution. I'll call in the specialist.
Mm-hmm. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah.
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
Our man in the street.
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
I need a register, my young friend. If you could borrow it, there will be half a guinea for every one of you. I need the crew list of the Rock of Gibraltar in 1893, and their current employment.
I'm straight on it, Mr. Holmes.
Do you really think they'll find it, Holmes?
My secret police is better than the Yard in many ways.
Yeah.
3 hours later.
Here it is, Mr. Holmes. But we can't take it back. It's too risky.
Put it on the table. I'll take care of it. Good work, young Wiggins. This list shows the senior officers of the Rock of Gibraltar, on which Lady Brackenstall and her maid made their voyage. Lady Brackenstall does not know anyone in England. This must mean that someone on this list is our mysterious visitor. And these are the lists of the senior officers of the Adelaide, Southampton, London line ships. Let us find out who was in London upon November the 7th.
Okay. Departure from Adelaide, March 16th, 1893. Arrived in London, May 23rd. This is the crew list. We've got some senior officers here. There's Ernest Woods, Henry South. Okay, be right back. Yeah, sure. Okie dokie. So there's a couple people on this list here, but they say departure from Adelaide, May 6th, 1894. Arrived November 12th, 1894. So they were gone. Woods.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
Yep. And southward.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
Okay. Anybody else on this? We got Jack Crocker, Charles Chill, Tom Walker, Herbert Winnington, William Partridge. Looks good. Let's go to the next page. London, departure October 17th, 1894. Arrived in Adelaide, January 1895. So they were all on ship.
This officer was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime.
Yeah. Charles Chill.
This officer was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime.
Okay. We got Whittington, Crocker, and Walker still. Let's go to the next page. Departure from London, November 10th. Arrival, May 17th, 1895. The murder was the 7th. So the murder could have happened and then they got on the ship. Let's look at the next page real quick. October 23rd, departure. March 2nd, arrival in London.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
And then Whittington.
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
Yes, indeed.
Mr. Jack Crocker was in London upon the date of the crime, and he is due to depart in 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
Captain Jack Crocker is our
Captain
mysterious
Jack.
visitor. He was the only one around at the time of the murder.
There we go. We're looking for Captain Jack. Call Crocker.
This Crocker, do you think...
It would be interesting to meet him. Our young friend should be able to find him.
Wiggins, you got some work to do.
Wiggins, could you find a way to bring this Captain Crocker here to us?
Here? Holmes, that could be dangerous.
No problem, Mr. Holmes.
Some time later. 47 hours later.
Mr. Holmes, I was informed that you were looking for me, and I'd like to know why.
Yes, it is important that we talk. You will soon understand why. You are acquainted with Lady Mary Brackenstall, are you not?
Yes, I think I do remember her, from when I was first officer, but I still don't see...
It seems your relationship went beyond that of mere passenger and first officer.
How dare you?
Indeed, how reckless a feeling is love, particularly if one is prepared to commit a murder in its name.
Explain yourself this instant.
You are aware that the murder made the headlines of the morning press. You read the newspaper report, but to your dismay, found it much fabricated. Once you learned that I wanted to see you, you came straight away. You needed to know what I had found.
You... and what do you know?
That evening, you were with Lady Brackenstall, despite the danger.
I'm not afraid, Mr. Holmes. Besides, all of this is just guesswork.
You would be right if there was no evidence.
What then?
All right. Let's take a look at him. A clear look and honest. Nothing for that epic beard. Epic beard. Yeah, indeed. Strong build. Really? Nothing about that weird mark on his hand? There we go. Some newspaper ink. He's been reading the paper. Reading the paper. Bluto. Yeah, it's Bluto. Told you guys. Well, I mean, we were close. We thought it was Popeye. Turned out it was Bluto. Oh, a sea knife.
Lady Brackenstall was tied to a chair on the night of the murder. And it was you who tied her up.
You call that evidence?
Sailor's knots. No, the ship's crew. Let's go with the sailor's knots.
Yes, as she was tied with a sailor's knot. Your handiwork.
The ship's crew thing is actually just to prove that he was
The
there.
sailor who's done it. That proves nothing, Mr. Holmes. I'm not the only sailor in London right now.
Actually,
Your theory is flawed anyway. On the night of the murder, I was aboard the Sharp. I was supervising the repair of a porthole.
At night.
It was an emergency. There was a leak. You can ask the ship's carpenter. He can confirm.
I'm sure that he can.
Perfect. In that case, we have nothing more to talk about. Good evening, gentlemen.
Holmes, what should we do now? Would you like to check his alibi?
No, there is no doubt that these men will testify in his favor, and there will be no way to check.
So, what then?
So, we must work with what we have. We have all the puzzle pieces.
Now I understand why you dissected the bell rope.
knows lady, may be lying about his occupation. The only sailor aboard the Rock of Gibraltar with the lady and her maid, currently in London. Crocker's alibi. Crocker was aboard the Sharp on the night of the murder. He is not afraid to confront me. Confident demeanor. Crocker is lying. His involvement is clear. He appeared as soon as he heard that I was looking for him, thus signaling his guilt. Well, all the signs tend to point to him, but there is that rather interesting point that they made that he's got an honest look about him. Which seems weird. Looking to wildlife license to keep certain birds later. Cool. When you move and one day you build an aviary. Ooh, that's cool. So, until we can find some other stuff real quick before we go to the alibi, what happened? Let's see what happens if you say that he's involved. We get that the captain is the killer. But what if his alibi is true? Because it said he is an honest guy. Which is kind of strange because, yeah, I don't like that. This is the only thing that looks correct. Except I want to see real quick a couple other things. Someone say something about birds. Yeah, an aviary. What more deductions? You've found and utilized all clues in this case. Yeah. That's what I thought. Kind of figured there wasn't going to be too much more because it said call Crocker. Fine man of the sea, age in his 40s, capable, honest man, well educated despite not being wealthy, in haste, and he read the morning newspaper, cleaned his boots before heading out. Okay. So we have all the pieces. Is there something else that makes sense? It seems to me that Crocker that he's lying. But there may be something else. Yeah. Look at the evidence, you say, huh? Welcome, by the way. Yeah, the thing that bothers me, that po' boy, thank you for the follow. Yeah, the thing that bothers me is that they're saying when he, I don't know, profiled, I guess, when he profiled the captain, Holmes is saying the guy looks honest, which obviously contradicts. The other option is that the Randalls did it. True that. True that. If they were robbing him, why would they hide the spoons? I agree. Something about that doesn't make any sense. The Randalls don't... Yeah. Something about the Randalls thing just doesn't make any sense at all. It's much more obvious that... Well, more likely that the captain is lying as opposed to the Randalls. They escaped. If it were the Randalls, right? They climbed the wall or whatever, they escaped. Why would they stash the silverware then? Why would they only take certain items? Like, if they could make it out, why would they stop to go to the well, right? Doesn't make a lot of sense. I want to look real quick and see what else we... let's take a look here. Brackenstall was assaulted, tied to a chair. Eustace... Also, by the way, the captain had a large build. That's something else to point out. And he had a sailor's knife. So he could have cut the rope. It ties together pretty well. No pun intended on the rope thing there. But, yeah. Eustace tried to resist. Was dead. His head was knocked in with his own poker. According to lady's words, it was the Lewisham gang of burglars, the three Randalls. Which... doesn't sound convincing. She has old bruises on her hands from her probably abusive husband. Locked safe in the morning room contained the important information. Sailor's knots. Scent of the intruders. Well, that's an interesting thought. 3 wine glasses. And one would have probably been the large amount of beeswing probably would have been to help with the cirrhosis. Silverware extracted from the well. The address of the ship owner with the crew list. And a medical report. Eustace endured poor health. Let's look at this a minute. Poor health. Suffered an addiction to alcohol and a nervous disorder. So what if he got drunk and hit his head? But what would be the... why would they turn that into a murder? Playing as Toby was fun. True that. So, the other thing, what if it was an accident? But, is that really our only 2 options, though? What if it was an accident? She has an acquaintance. She has an acquaintance, though. That we know. But why would you turn it into... Here's another option, a domestic accident. Why would they lie about it? Why couldn't he have just fell and hurt himself? Right, and the Randalls, yeah, that one's a pretty obvious option. A struggle with his wife. Lady and her maid committed the crime. Lady and her maid killed Eustace and attempted to cover their crime. Something about that seems kind of strange. The thing about that doesn't make a lot of sense is why wouldn't they just let it be an accident? Why would they need extra would they have still called Crocker? We don't really have proof that Crocker was there, necessarily, except that there was possibly a tall person, and then there's the ship knots, the sailor's knots. But again, like, what's with the elaborate ruse? Why couldn't he have just fell and hurt his head? Why would they have... That doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't you just call the police and say, look, he fell? Yeah, the Randalls doesn't make any sense, though. They didn't take the stuff. I get that they could have... Like, here's the other option, right? You can go 3 and say the robbery is the motive. We'll show the other one just so you guys can see it. Yeah, because if they called the police and said he fell, there'd be no case. Yeah. So here is, of course, you just go with the Randalls. And I don't believe that one. I don't believe it. Doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, why would they... Why would they do that? Why would they not take the stuff with them? Yeah, I don't like that one. I don't like that one at all. I think it's pretty obvious that the silverware was hidden. The acquaintance with the sailor. But did he do it? I think the women did it, made it look like the robbery gone wrong. That seems pretty likely, too. The only thing that doesn't necessarily line up with that one is that... this isn't like it's not impossible, but... Because really, they're saying whoever cut the rope was tall. Couldn't they have just stood on a chair and cut the rope? Right? That doesn't like, you don't need to be tall. You can use a stepladder, so to speak. Right? That's not difficult. The other part would be the sailor's knots that she was tied up. It would mean, now, because of that, you would assume that the lady herself couldn't have tied the sailor knots while she was bound. Like, it's hard to tie a knot, your own sailor's knots, to constrain yourself. And who hit her in the eye? That's another good question. Who hit her in the eye? Of course, her husband could have hit her in the eye. They said he was prone to some pretty violent situations. Remember one time they said he even lit their own dog on fire. He's a heck of a guy. Would it have been a struggle with his wife? It could be. It could be, and it could just be that they're... Yeah, I don't know. This is the only part of it that doesn't make that much sense to me. Is why they would turn it into such a show. And I like Kit Kat's. There'd be no case. Yeah. Because the movie needs to happen, right? Because the game needs to happen. Committed in self-defense. No point in blaming this woman. Or lady and her maid killed him and attempted to cover up the crime. Well, we can always, I'll do this the way I've always done it, Hi. We're going to try to figure it out. And I'm going to go with what I feel. I'm going to just announce what I think is the most, my pick, right? I feel like it may have been an accident, so to speak. He got violent. Yeah. Right. I'm pretty sure we've done enough cases to know how it works. It'll give us the red or the green text. But unless there's something else I don't know about, and it'll tell us the number of clues, which supposedly we have found. Yeah. Mousy, that's the thing that would probably make the most sense. Yeah. He got violent. They were drinking. He got violent. He especially was drinking. Got violent. And things got deadly. That it got too violent. That's the only thing that makes sense. And then because it was murder in self-defense, right? It'd be murder in self-defense. They decided they didn't want to go down for that, so they put together this elaborate ruse blaming the Randalls. If it was... And it would still have been a deadly accident, right? Remember, his legs were weak. Remember what they said? His legs were weak. And there's blood spray all over the fireplace grate, as well as on the poker, right? The blow to the head. But that blow to the head could have been later. They could have just whacked the body with the poker to try to show that it was that. The only thing that doesn't really make sense is the whole sailor's knots thing. But I think he got violent. One of them pushed him. He fell on the fireplace grate. They went to go push him back. His weak legs pushed him on the fireplace grate. He fell, hit his head, and he died. And they were like, uh-oh. What do we do now? Let's make it look like a murder. Well, a robbery gone wrong into a murder. That's the one I'm aiming at. To me, that sounds right. Now, as far as these two options, I do, on the basic premise, I would agree that the crime was probably committed in self-defense. However, what bothers me is the roundabout way they went of covering it up and basically blaming the Randalls. They went through great lengths to cover it up and blame someone else who, granted, are not good people. Okay? The Randalls are known for not being good people. So it's like, well, if they didn't get in trouble for this murder, they'd get in trouble for something else. And so we're just going to lay the blame on the bad guys. I find it a little more difficult to give her the benefit of the doubt. If it was really just the self-defense. Remember the first case? Where it was self-defense? There wasn't a giant cover-up going on there. Other than the cover-up of her and, what was it, the gardener? Right? That was the only real cover-up, but that wasn't, yeah. It was the situation's a little different, but it was also a self-defense thing. And it wasn't the gardener that did it, if I remember right. It's been a while. But the thing they were hiding was her relationship with him, which had nothing really to do with the murder. I feel like, sadly, I want to call them criminals because they went to... Not only did they hide the evidence, you know, what they did was self-defense, I'm pretty sure. But then their actions afterward is what really makes it look bad. Right? Did they kill him in cold blood? Probably not. But what they did afterwards is really questionable. What bothers me is that, and this is only a minor complaint, I agree that it was committed in self-defense. Not as if they killed him in cold blood. There's a little column A, a little column B in here, and you got to pick one. I think they killed him in self-defense, but what they did afterward makes them the criminals, in my mind. So I'm going to go with this. We're going to say yes.
I have reached my conclusion, Lestrade. I regret that your culprits are in the next room.
Lady Brackenstall and her maid?
Yes, and their mise-en-scene after the death of Sir Eustace can only point to premeditation.
Now see, I don't like that.
That's terrible.
I'm not saying that it's
Follow me.
premeditated.
I'm going to arrest them.
That's what bothers me. I don't think it was premeditated. I think he really did. That's what irks me
Ladies,
about that.
I must arrest you both for the murder of Sir Eustace.
What? But that's impossible. We are innocent. Madam.
You'll tell that to the judge. Come with me now.
You were making a serious mistake, Inspector. You too, Mr. Holmes, which is rather surprising of you.
Or rather, impossible.
Okay. Again, I've already explained how I felt about it, so I'm interested to see. Our clues found was not a domestic accident. Interesting. So we were incorrect. Yep. We are incorrect. Are you guys ready to go see? We'll go work out what we thought it was? You never thought it to be that? Fair enough. So the next obvious one would have to be the captain, I think. Yep. But hey, you got to see a new cutscene. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. So there you go. Got all the clues, but it was not a domestic accident. So we were wrong. We're going to go back. Let's go ahead and go back, and we'll see what it is. I'm fine spoiling. You guys know that this is how we've been doing it. So let's go see. Yes. So let's go see if we can figure out what... I assume then that it was the captain. That has to be the... The Randalls seem to be the least likely. Right, so. Was not a domestic accident. So we were wrong. Our hunch was wrong on this one. So we will go with the captain as the killer. We'll see what they say about that one. Do you want to know if you assumed correctly after Twitch stopped? I already assumed, and my assumption was wrong. That was the my next one is that it has to do with the captain. Oh, Mousy. So Twitch is buffering for everybody. Oh, I actually had a bunch of dropped frames. Awesome. We haven't had dropped frames for a while. Yep. Sorry guys, we had some. Yeah, I don't know. The internet decided to hate Twitch. Well, it hated everyone. It Restream. It just, yeah. Yeah, we had some frame droppage for some reason. Something happened. Internet went poo poo. Right. So the first assumption was incorrect. And it was basically that it was an accident. And I didn't necessarily like either of the two options. I felt it was a little column A, a little column B. It was an accident that turned into something that they covered up, and that's why they should be dealt with as criminals. It's what they did afterward. That was either or. That was incorrect. That was not the actual way it went down. My next assumption then is that it was the captain. Eustace was murdered by one person who was visiting that night. The murderer is tall and agile, high-ranking sailor, which makes sense with the high, the tall knife cut and the sailor's knots. Crocker is a murderer. You will bring him and his accomplice, Lady Brackenstall, to justice. Or it was committed in self-defense. Jack defended a woman against a violent and dipsomaniacal. Not sure I've heard that word before. The mystery is solved, but you decide to keep it secret. There's no need to inform the police. Now that's an interesting option. Did they murder him in cold? Did they murder Eustace in cold blood? Or was there a self-defense? The three glasses, again, the three wine glasses, would assume that there was a third, right? The three wine glasses would say that there were three people all having drinks together. Did they... Now, granted, they could have gotten him under false pretenses and then murdered him, Eustace, right? Or did he get violent? Maybe it was self-defense. He's known for being violent. Okay? If it was cold-blooded, it could have still been a self-defense thing. What if Crocker and her... We know that Crocker and Lady, there's something going on there. And what if Eustace finally picked up on it, right? And was like, how dare you, right? Homewrecker, blah, 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 whatever you want to say. He thinks, that realizes there's something going on between them. Even if it's not anything yet, more of just an acquaintance more than anything, but he takes it to be more than it actually was. Instead of a premeditated thing. I mean, he was prone to violent outbursts when he got drunk. But why would he have been... I'm trying to think about them being there at the middle of the night. Why would he have been there so late? What could they have possibly have had business? The thing that makes kind of weird too is like, and of course that could have all been part of the ruse, is he didn't have his socks or shoes or anything on. That could have all been placed there. Yeah? That could have all been... I was going to say that instead of him, being caught unawares, he could have been... yeah, that could all have been part of the premeditation. And then they took the socks and shoes off the guy and made it look like he got up in the middle of the night. Right? They could have basically planted that, so to speak. So it could have been a murder. What makes it a murder as opposed to a self-defense? To me, again, it comes down to that fireplace grate. It comes down to the fireplace grate. I think it's that. Alexa, play the Jeopardy theme song. Yes. But yeah, I would say it probably comes down to the fireplace grate. Goes back to that. They had an altercation. He pushed Eustace. Eustace fell. Died from the fireplace grate. They covered it up. He took a crowbar, whacked the guy in the head to make it look like it was something else. And that's an interesting situation too. Committed in self-defense, but then they went a totally different... they're doing it again. I think it was committed in self-defense, but again, the stuff they did at the end, the stuff they did after that, blaming someone else. Of course, I guess on this case, though, in this particular situation, which is kind of interesting, Captain being there, right? You would... Is that any different? I don't think it was cold blood. I guess that's the difference. I don't think it was cold blood. I think it was self-defense. I think that's what it comes to. I think it was self-defense, essentially an accident, and then they covered it up. And it looks like that's the only two options you have here, is that it's cold-blooded murder, they need to be put away, or it was self-defense, regardless of their actions afterwards to cover it up, is apparently fine. That's a little... because they purposely named the Randalls who didn't do it. That part's kind of annoying.
Wiggins, could you ask Mr. Crocker to come here again, please?
Right away.
Barely an hour later.
Why did you make me come here again, Mr. Holmes?
It is over. I know that it was you who killed Sir Eustace Brackenstone.
What?
I know.
Ooh, that
because of the
dramatic,
height at which the
dramatic
rope was
music
cut.
there.
The knife used was a sea knife. The knots were sailor's knots, and not least the sheer force that was put behind the killing blow. And because you are the only one who knows Lady Mary Brackenstall in London. And because you love her.
It's true.
It is time for you to tell us the whole truth.
I admit that I loved Mary madly.
I went with the absolve.
But I never did come to visit her. for I believed that she was in a happy household.
Because there's only two
Talked to
options.
her maid, who told me
Even though I feel there was a little of column A,
She's
little of
safe
column
in
B
the
in there.
village.
I think it was
I
a
was
self-defense.
due to set sail for 6
I
months
don't like
away.
what they do
Wanted
afterwards.
only to see her again. But it turned into a damnable nightmare when he barged in. He dared raise his hand to her. He was not even worthy of licking her boots. Oh, I regret nothing. I admit I killed the monster out of love for her. She will forgive me if she is able.
Lady Brackenstall already forgave you. She said nothing.
Mary.
But that makes her an accomplice as well as her maid. It places her in danger yet again.
Mr. Holmes.
You would not have managed to protect her.
Till I die, do you hear me? Here is a letter that sets everything clear. And it is the one that should be disclosed to the police. I am the only culprit. Mary had nothing to do with it. Now it is time to end this.
No, 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 no. Okay.
Watson!
It's over, Holmes. We can do nothing for him now.
Here is a case that didn't end as I had expected. It is
Right?
entirely my fault. I know that you have already drafted a summary of the case. You have my permission for its publication, if you so wish.
Boo, you didn't save
I'll
him.
think about it, Holmes.
Holmes! Whatever is going on here?
That is Sir Eustace's killer. He has performed his own brand of justice.
My God! But why did you not call me?
I apologize. Here is his letter of confession.
So much drama.
You have no idea.
Try again. So the thing that seemed more like it was a multi-click thing. I tried both the hold and a multi-click, and it didn't seem like it was doing that much. You know, rapid click. You trolling, hi? Just asking. But yeah. You want to say it was just single? You say there's a way you can save him? You want me to try to save him? You want me to try to save him? Mousy says please. I says it's just single. Po Boy says it's button mash. Kit Kat says it's Monster Mash. Yes. Exactly.
Wiggins, could you ask Mr.
Right away.
Why did you make me come here again, Mr. Holmes?
It is...
What?
I know, and because...
It's true.
It is time for...
I admit.
Yeah, we heard. We know.
Lady Bracken.
Mary.
But that...
Mr. Holmes.
You would not have...
Till I die. Now it...
I'm mashing the button. Oh, shit. There we go. So you can
Please
save it.
forgive me, Captain Crocker. I wished only to test your sincerity, and your words and deeds have far exceeded my expectations. See here, Captain Crocker. We'll do this in due form of law. You are the prisoner. Watson, you are a British jury.
It was
Captain
interesting.
Crocker,
They
the
don't.
evidence shows
It's
that
not
you
real
acted without
obvious that
premeditation
meter's
and
changing
used
much.
reasonable force to protect an innocent victim from her husband's brutality. Your devotion pushed you to attempt to kill yourself in order to protect the one you love. Now, what say you, gentlemen of the jury?
Not guilty, my lord.
Vox populi, vox dei. You are acquitted, Captain Crocker. So long as the law does not find some other victim, you are safe from me.
Mr. Holmes.
There you go.
It is a great responsibility that I take upon myself, but I will give Lestrade an excellent lead, and if he can't avail himself of it, I can do no more. Come back to your lady in a year, and may her future
Proved
and
his
yours
innocence by attempting
justify us
suicide,
in the
yeah.
judgment which we have pronounced this night.
Right? Crazy.
Inspector, I'm afraid that the
That's some-
murderers have escaped us.
What? Do you mean to tell me that you failed?
Po' boy, thanks.
Never thought I'd live to see the day.
I mentioned the murderers, not
Yeah,
the
we
killers.
win some, we lose some.
It
There's
is
some that
obvious
we
the crime was committed by three
I've gotten
criminals
like
who
you
cannot
know,
be the Randalls.
first try I know exactly
You
what's
really
going
think
on
so?
here.
You only need
Then there's
to
other
find a
ones that
gang
are
of
like,
3
oh, I was so
thugs
very wrong.
wandering around. I can trust you to do that.
I'm good
If
with
they
it. I like
exist,
being able to show
I'll
it.
catch them.
Oh, we
You'll
have.
find someone, I have no doubt of it. Goodbye, Inspector.
We know all about the telescope. All right, we're gonna accept the decision because obviously we got it. Yeah. Get goodness no. Cases take 2 hours. You're right. You're right. Yeah. Justice Seeker. Huh. 64% made the same moral choice. Yeah, that one was a little on the short side. Kew Gardens drama. We'll let this load up and start, and we'll take a short break and have story time, I
For
think.
heaven's sake, whatever's going on?
Oh, hello, Watson. You're early. Did you kill all of your patients?
What? Holmes,
The
where
moral
have
compass
all
checked.
these wretched bees come from?
I increased the temperature of the room so as to prevent them from hibernating. I needed to take a sample of honey.
Oh, jeez.
But it worked, Watson. We will have honey all year round.
Ridiculous and dangerous.
They're domestic bees, Apis mellifera, such industrious workers.
Murder hornets.
Anyway,
No.
Watson, I am sorry, but I must leave you. I'm in rather a hurry.
You have a new case?
Yes, but nothing as thrilling as this experiment. A theft of plants at the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew.
Kew
I'm
Gardens,
helping a
yeah.
minister who's an old friend of mine. You can join me if you like.
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather accompany you than remain alone here with these workers of yours. Besides,
Bees,
you'll need a
bees,
helping hand
bees.
with the flowers you're intending to bring back.
Watson, however did you guess?
For the great Sherlock Holmes to bother with the theft of plants. Come on, admit that you're planning to spoil your little bees with some rare pollens.
Yeah.
Since when did I become so transparent? Let us go.
Poor Toby. Okay. So before we go any farther with this, we'll just go ahead and pause here. And we'll bring up the music. We're going to take a short break. And when we get back, we'll have story time. For those of you that are brand new here, you don't know about story time, we like to take a moment, sit right there, tell you about how I became the Prince of Bel-Air. No, we take a moment and we talk about stuff, either personal story, a news article, something like that, you know. And anyone chatting along more than welcome to add their own stories, be they personal or articles or whatever, just something you'll want to discuss or talk about. So we're going to do that after I get back. I already have a story over here to talk about. And when we return, we'll cover it. You can share. If you're brand new and you need to post a link, I'll get I'll set you up with permissions, or we got a moderator around that can do it. We'll get all that done. It's all good. But yeah, otherwise, share and share like. We'll be back in a moment. We'll have some story time, and then we'll get back to the game. All right. I am back, and it looks like Hi has added the B movie, the B movie script. Nice. You got the whole B movie script there for us? Thanks, Hi. I appreciate it. The entire B movie script. Oh my god. Well, I mean, you know, we already had the entire lyrics to Seagull Stop It Now. So, you know. And now we got the bees. The B movie. Good job. All the memes. All right, guys. So, I guess it works out at least at some level here. Talking about Australians and some other investigations of death. I've got a news article here, some IRL news that kind of goes along with it. Talking about ethics, police ethics. Works really well with like a whole Sherlock Holmes vibe, I guess. Only I would hope Sherlock doesn't do this or didn't do this, you know, so to speak. Even fictional, I hope Sherlock wouldn't do that. But I got a story here. What do you got? What do you got, Hi? What is this? What next? The Bee Gees? You got a Bee Gees video? Got Staying Alive? Oh, you did Men at Work. Okay. Yeah, that's next. Nice. Yeah. She said, what next? The Bee Gees. I thought you posted Staying Alive. No way, don't do it. All right. So, with a little bit more, far more sobering news. Not quite as happy and jovial as we are now. We're going to have to tone this down just a moment here. Thanks, Hi, for that. We'll get to that in a minute, because I want to get this one. It's a little more somber. Bring the tone down just a moment, guys, because we got not great news, right? Police ethical standards examine why toddlers' personal items were destroyed during a death investigation. This happened this happened about a month ago. At least the article was written about a month ago. High's got them all. Staying alive, staying alive. Almost 1 year after Christine Jessup's 18-month-old daughter Matilda died without warning, the Brisbane mother was dealt another devastating blow when police revealed the toddler's precious personal items had been destroyed. Miss Jessup is now questioning the entire investigation process after the Queensland Police Service revealed the incident was being reviewed by its Ethical Standards Command. It's not acceptable. It just adds more pain, she said. It's incredibly frustrating and upsetting to know that they might have done the wrong thing. Her daughter, described as the sunshine to everyone's day, was found unresponsive in her bed last April. So this is a year ago. It's all good, Hi. Later determined she had suffered from sudden, unexplained death of a child, which is similar to SIDS. Last month, this would have been March of this year, the pain and grief of losing her child was reignited when the Brisbane mother was informed that the evidence taken by police, including her daughter's health record book, had been destroyed months earlier. Miss Jessup said, I broke down. I felt like I lost even more of her. It was one of the very few things that we had that actually connected us to our daughter. Ms. Jessup said the book was more than just an immunization tracker. It contained priceless memories. It's a record of her little life, little quirks that she had when they were talking and walking, their early development. It's not something that I can replace. Ms. Jessup said the book was voluntarily handed over to police shortly after her daughter died to assist the coroner's investigation, and she had assumed it would be returned. It was only when she asked for it back after receiving the coroner's report in November that she was made aware it had been discarded. No warning of us getting that report either. So it took us a little while to process it all. Then to hear that was an extra kind of punishment on top of everything we've already endured. In email seen by ABC, police investigators told Ms. Jessup there was no normal procedure when it came to the destruction of evidence, but admitted the book should not have been destroyed. In cases like Matilda's, all items of clothing, bedclothes obtained by police will be usually disposed of as a matter of course to avoid any potential biological contaminants, said the email. However, I would consider that peripheral items such as the immunization booklet should have been offered back to the family prior to disposal. I feel in this case where this did not happen, this is entirely regrettable, and I'm very sorry for any anguish caused. UPS would not confirm whether there was set protocol for the destruction evidence, but in a statement, a spokeswoman said the incident was being investigated internally. This matter is currently under investigation by the Ethical Standards Command, so it would be inappropriate to comment at this time. Ms. Jessup said the insensitive investigation process needed to change so other parents would not suffer the same heartbreak. In a scenario where there was nobody at fault, those things should have just been given back without question, she said. And I would agree. Karen Ludsky, who heads the SIDS and SUDC, that's the previous thing we talked about here, sudden unexplained death of a child, advocacy group Red Nose, said parents relied on memories and mementos to deal with loss, and losing them would affect the grieving process. That baby book would have had such intense sentimental value, and that would have been a very significant loss all over again. In this instance, it's added a complete extra dimension onto their grief. It could have been avoided. Families deserve better. Ms. Ludsky said child death investigations had come a long way in the past 2 decades, but more needs to be done. Police, I don't think, are necessarily the right people to be able to manage the whole process. We need a multi-agency response, she said. Anything taken from the home needs to be treated with the utmost respect. Families certainly need to be kept in the loop in terms of what will happen to those items. So yeah, pretty messed up story. But again, you know, one that's worth telling. It's sad that something like this has happened. I guess the good that comes out of it will hopefully outweigh the bad in the years to come. But yeah, can you imagine being a parent, having to lose a child, already terrible, right? And then further compounding that with the stuff that you provide to the, whatever you want to call it, the authorities. We'll just say, because it's like the coroner, law enforcement, etc. You willingly hand over stuff to help. You know, they said, look, here's your immunization booklet with a whole bunch of other stuff in it. Any of that information might help explain what happened to her. Please look at it. See if it helps. They willingly gave it over, and then because they closed the case, they destroyed everything. Didn't give any of it back. That's just sad. It really is. Absolutely sad. I'm hoping that something good comes out of that. Maybe it's one of those, like, a mistake you can't replace any of that. That's gone. It's done. Really unfortunate. Sorry that stuff like that happens. Hopefully stories like this will help to provide, you know, a better path going forward, treating mementos. I'm trying to sentimental objects. Yeah. Hi. Smile, everyone. Yeah. Brassel says, I bet none of those people are parents. Probably. Or they're people that are just so involved in their job that they didn't stop to think about it. Maybe they're not good parents. You would think they would ask if she wanted it back. Yeah, you would. It'd be your friendly reminder to smile. Brought to you by High 15. For real. Yeah, sorry guys, not all news days are, you know, funny and bright and sunshiny and all that. We take the good with the bad, and then you have the facts of life, right? Gotta have them both. I'm sure we've got more than enough smiles throughout the rest of this stream to make up for it. We've already had quite a few good ones. So, if nobody has anything else they want to add, should we read the entire script of the Bee movie? Would that make y'all feel better? Hi's on Discord. He's chatting through Discord. More airplanes in the sea. You know, Hi, that is true. There are more airplanes in the sea than there are boats in the sky. This is true. This is true. There are many, many times over more airplanes in the sea than boats in the sky. I'm pretty sure there's about 0 boats in the sky. Give or take. If there are any boats in the sky, please let me know. I'm going to be interested in seeing them. He's over here. He's over there. He's over here. He's over there. Camera 1, camera 2. Camera 1, camera 2. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and get back to the game, and we'll check out a new case. Let's do it. New case. Let's go. Dizzy, man. Stay in one place. Did you hear a Southwest plane hit a man on a runway? No. No, I didn't hear anything about that. How? How was the guy on the runway? I assume by... Yeah. What was he? He was trespassing? Ah. Well, I don't really blame... Yeah, I don't blame anybody for that then. Well, other than the trespasser. Smooth move. Yeah. And there's a reason they're very controlled about when they have people go out to those, you know. Yeah, please. If you've got an article. Well, I don't know about an audio. I don't know if I want to be playing a whole audio thing. But yeah. He was hit by a plane because he was trespassing on the runway. Well, now whose fault is that?
Oh dear, Toby. I wasn't aware that you were Watson's new literary agent.
The dog ate Watson's homework.
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather accompany you than remain alone here with these workers of yours.
Yeah, nobody to blame but himself on that one. We already know what's in the telescope. And I'm gonna keep Kit Kat from being up, regretting. I don't want him to regret showing up to the stream, so. Mousy, same thing, bleach time. We'll spare you this time. Right? Let's look at the letters. We'll spare you guys the Oh, okay, there you go. You've got the horror. All right. Here's Lady Brackenstall's confession. Dear Mr. Holmes, finally found the courage to write you a letter. Scarcely find the words to express my gratitude for your kindness. I'll grab that link in just a moment. I just looked through the telescope. On that terrible day, I believed my life to be ruined, but at the same time, I realized there to be one person in the world who truly loved me and who I loved in return. His name we both know, Captain Jack Crocker. His love has given me truly reason to live, even if we cannot be together in the end. None of this could have happened without you, Mr. Holmes. Ty's like, I don't really care. All right, just a second here. I want to look at this. Grab this article here. Aviation Pros. Southwest Airline plane hits and kills. Oh, he wasn't just hit. He was discombobulated. He was disassembled, probably. Let's see. I mean, if you're gonna get run over or hit by a plane, chances are you're not surviving. Just the whole mass times acceleration thing. It's a lot. It's a lot of mass, which means a lot of force against a human body. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It'd be like getting hit by, like a train. Johnny Five is alive. No disassemble. Yeah, exactly. That's what he gets for being in a place he shouldn't have been. Brass, the same thing. No disassemble. Southwest Airlines plane hits and kills person as it lands on Texas runway. I guess we'll put some more music on. We'll go ahead and tell this story. Yep, you guys were both thinking the same thing. Southwest jet traveling from Dallas fatally struck a person as it touched down at a Texas airport Thursday night. The pilot of the 737, Boeing 737, reported seeing someone on the runway as he arrived at Austin Bergstrom International Airport around 8:12 p.m., according to a statement from the Federal Aviation Administration. The plane's driver, a short time later, found a man on the runway who was pronounced dead soon after. 53 passengers and 5 crew members aboard the plane at the time of the incident, according to CBS News. Austin Travis Emergency Medical Services responded to the incident, pronounced the victim deceased at the scene, as stated on Twitter. The runway where it happened was closed. Authorities investigated, but a second was kept open so the airport could remain in operation on Friday. Airport spokesman Bryce Doobie told Dallas News, Doobie, B-E-E, by the way. B-E-E. Another connection there, B. Doobie. Told the Dallas News that officials do not believe the man was supposed to be on the runway when he was hit. Yeah, no shit Sherlock, right? But they're working to confirm and determine the events leading up to his death. He was not dressed as an airport worker, nor did he have any identification on him. Oh, wow, so it's kind of a mystery. They're not sure. Pronounced squished. Yeah, no kidding. Could have been drunk. Austin has two parallel runways. Yeah. Oh yeah, plane that size, you'd be dead. Yeah. Probably splattered. I mean, I really don't know how fast it was going. I'm not a scientist to give you the full idea, but you're hit with something that large, you're just walking. Parallel is a bitch to say. Changed my mind. Parallel is... There's worse. There's worse words. Parallel is not terrible. Unrecognizable, yeah. I don't know how fast, like at what force it hit him at. He could be spaghetti. He could have been spaghetti. Maybe he's from another universe. He popped into ours at the worst time. It was the man from Torred making his return. About 160 miles an hour. Ooh. Hit by a 737 at 160 miles an hour. Yeah, he was probably maybe even a mist. Pink spray, yes. A big fat 0 chance, exactly. I wouldn't imagine there's too much of him left. I guess we could take bets on, how much was left. We're a morbid bunch. I mean, we're just trying to state the facts here. I'm surprised with how little damage the 737 took. Well, I would hope it could stand up pretty well. And again, the whole force thing, the amount of impact, and then him being a smaller thing, you would imagine there'd be more damage probably. We are a morbid bunch, but at the same time, like, let's face the reality here. What was there to investigate? This one pronounced dead. Talk about a no-shit Sherlock situation. He was hit by a 737 at 160 miles an hour. You think he might be dead? Yeah, probably. We watched him play a game where he just killed people, literally, yeah. A Boeing probably wouldn't have a lot of damage, yeah, I would hope. No fucking shit, Sherlock. Yeah. Pronounced dead. He was pronounced... Yeah, he was pronounced liquid. They'd be lucky if all they found was his shoes. Pronounced gone, yeah. Yep. Soup, anyone? Right? Right? I mean, come on. They're probably... I would imagine, and again, I'm not a person that, like... I'm not gonna go look up. I'm sure somebody's probably got photos. There's sites like that all the time of crap like that. You probably go get some kind of footage. Vaporized into atomic particles. I mean, the truth is though, like he probably didn't survive that. And like on impact, he was gone. They'd be lucky if there was much left. For real. That's just the truth of the matter. But yeah. Sheldon. All right. Let's... That's interesting. You know what? Hi. I don't know if you find out anything more about that. Let me know, because I'm interested in why he was there. Oh, yeah. And there's... Yeah. How do you dodge a person? Right? Like... Back to the no-shitting Sherlocks, yeah. That's totally Soylent green soup. No Soylent green soup, yeah. Special chili. But seriously, how you can't blame the pilot. Like, what is he supposed to swerve the 737 at the last second and kill everyone? Like risk a, injuries or more to all those people on board? Screw that. Like, nobody. Pilot will just hit the brakes and gently move around the guy. Yeah, of course. That's totally how it works. Just wiggle around him. It'll be fine. If the pilot saw him at all, yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, that's very new. Very new story. It's just reported, so... I would like to know if they figure out why. Noble, you missed it. A dude was hit by a 737 Boeing plane on the runway. He was trespassing. They don't know why he was there. In Austin, Texas. The plane 737 landing at about 160 miles an hour. Hit some dude at the airport. Well, yeah, I'd imagine there would be some damage to the plane. Again, the amount of force. And being that guy is much smaller than the plane, there would be... he didn't have any ID on him. He's not dressed as anybody that would have worked there. True. Yeah, exactly. You go on the runway, expect to be hit by a plane. Common sense. True that. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know yet. But it's it's brand new story, like literally hours old. Oh, I want to know. I'm curious as to what he was doing out there. Who he was. What happened? Why? I think it'd be interesting. I like Brassel's take on it. It was a guy from another dimension popped in at the wrong time. Where exactly do you see the man there behind us? Behind us now. Just after you touch down. Oof. We believe there might be a person on the runway. Ouch. Yeah, so he saw it at probably the last second, like too late. He was landing, he was going to slow down. Yeah. We got a transcript there of what's going on. Well, yeah, I didn't want to pull up the... I don't want to pull up the full, like, audio log. Not while I'm streaming. There's some, like, you know, copyright issues with that, I'm sure. I don't know how that works. Be sure to smile. That's right. Check out the video. Yeah, you're more than welcome to. If you guys find out any more information, I'm interested in finding out what happened. Like, why was he out there? That's very intriguing story. All right, we got our own mysteries to solve, though. So let's get on the case. What? Breastless, why won't it put mine on there? It is hot off the runway. No music. HC audio isn't exactly private. Oh, okay. He's hit by the West Wing. Not to be confused with the TV show. Wait, what? Did you get a... Oh, did YouTube not allow you to post a link? He was hit by the engine? Oh! He was a mist then, wasn't he? The left wing, yeah. He was hit by the engine. So that whole pink mist joke. No, that... Oh, shit. I don't care even if they were spinning down. Oh, he didn't go in? Still, there can't... Okay. Okay. Oh, some of the chat just didn't show up. Oh, see? See, some of that YouTube soft censorship, guys. Confetti. Yeah, no kidding. So he didn't get run over by the wheels. Gotcha. Mousie's got the link posted as well. Thank you. I assume you guys are linking to the same source. I'll check it out after the stream. I don't feel like playing like somebody else's entire video while I'm streaming. Yeah. It's posted. Cool. Okay. Nah, I figured it was the same. It's cool. It's fine. Same source. It's all good. Crazy stuff. Look, dude, I don't feel right about playing other people's stuff on my stream. I don't feel good about it when it happens on Monday and people are playing music and stuff. We've already discussed the YouTube overlords are already soft censoring people just for speech, just for text. Ask Noble and Brassel for proof. Silver fork with Abbey Grange coat of arms. Well, and the thing is, though, yeah. Well, I mean, I could just say fuck YouTube and just not stream on YouTube, but then I would be left with Twitch, which, let's be honest, they also have their own idiosyncrasies. We've talked about this earlier in this stream already. There is no perfect platform. Alright, Justice Seeker. Abbey Grange Affair. Alright. Kew Gardens drama. Unusual theft taking place at the Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew. Holmes's investigation reveals a somber trail of deceit. Find the stolen plants from the last exhibition. So maybe not murder this time. Maybe just theft. And Brassel says, of course, can't watch on anything but YouTube. Yeah, for some people, you know, only one works. And Mixer may or may not even be working at the moment. We never know. This last week or so, Mixer just does what it wants. Yeah. Yeah, it's too laggy for Brassel anywhere but YouTube. Because of his internets. Alright. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I mean, if something happens and through, you know, probably their, what's the word I'm looking here? Overzealous, you wish it was just robbery. It probably isn't, right? I have a feeling, and I'm just spitting in the wind here, guys, but I got a feeling, I've said this before, one of these days something will happen and I'll probably have, you know, at the very least, my YouTube channel taken away because they're just getting more and more, like, zealous about what you can and can't do and false claims and blah, blah, blah. The thing is, I'm not trying to force that issue. Let's not try to force that issue, right? That's all. That's kind of the long and the short of it. That day is probably going to come because they're going to get so overzealous that almost all the channels on YouTube will go away because, you know, they'll let the algorithm run everything and it'll be the Skynet of bannings and censorship. That day's coming, I think. I think that day is coming. Everyone, you know, we're losing more and more all the time. But until that day comes, I don't feel like losing it early. Watch the video. They show the pic at the end of the wing. A huge ding in the side. Really good day. You can get it to work, but it doesn't happen that often. Yes, there's a murder. Otherwise, there'd be no game. It doesn't always have to be a murder, but I assume he investigates murders. All right. Well, let's get to it. So I haven't messed with posting anything on YouTube. Dude, I get claims. Now, not that I care about. I've already got stopped any idea of monetizing anything on YouTube. But if you're a person that wants to try to do that, good luck. Because, dude, like over half of everything I play, post, whatever, causes some kind of problem on YouTube. Like about half. I get emails all the time saying, oh, this was claimed, that was claimed, this is done, that was done. The game we played, the last several games I think I've played for Fridays have been that. Most of the time we play AQ3D, I get a video back. Well, you know what? The problem is, like, that day's going to come where it's not going to be a claim, it's going to be strikes. Right? Somebody's going to decide they want to go for an actual, like, you know, they're going to want to go from a claim. Oh, yeah, I get it on AQ3D all the time. Yulger's Inn causes a claim. The Dragons, Akraloth's music causes a claim. Just recently, the music that plays in the winter area causes a claim. And that's retroactive. Like, I'll get claims, like, I'll get video claims. I mean, if we're going to sit and talk about it, might as well talk about it. The claim, so, like, some of them, I've just gotten emails this week for claims for streams and videos that happened over 2 years ago. Over 2 years ago. And they're finally now claiming them. Yeah. I'm not worried about the claims. Not worried about the claims, but I am worried that someday it's going to go from a claim to a strike. There's going to be somebody that decides they want to be overzealous about it. And then there's all the false DMCA claims that are going around and all that other stuff. Like, YouTube's getting to this point. YouTube particularly. I think YouTube's only because they're the biggest platform when it comes to video and stuff in general. So they're going to get hit the hardest first. But it's eventually probably going to roll downhill to Twitch, to Mixer, to DLive, to everywhere else. In time. YouTube's getting it now because they're the biggest. But yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess. Good luck, Mousy. I mean, there's people with way more subscribers and much higher up the chain in YouTube and everywhere else than me, and they've been thrown to the wolves. It's not easy. I'm hoping I never have to worry about it. Yeah. Yeah. The best I can do is throw it. Yeah, they have the money. We're talking about people who have the money to fight YouTube, and they're not doing very well. It's pretty gross. That's why I try to be careful with what happens, because you never know. There's going to be stuff that years down the road, like they were talking about, and I know we've just put things at a dead stop at the moment, but it's worth talking about. You guys know how we were talking months before the pandemic thing. The last big hubbub was the whole COPPA, right? The whole COPPA thing. Like, I mean, that's not the only thing going on, right? Yeah, I'm so small that I'm squeaking by. A lot of times they don't care. There's hardly anybody watching, as far as like claims and all that stuff. I think that's probably why it takes so long for them to actually find it. They're like, oh, here's some video from months ago with 2 views. Let's see if that's got anything on it. But the big things that are happening is making things more and more and more and more restrictive. And I think we're going to see a point where something, because YouTube does this retroactive, they allow for retroactive laws or rules, whatever you want to call it, to get put in place. We're going to see a situation where somebody posted a video during the first year of YouTube's existence, right? Over 10 years ago. We're going to see a video somebody posted over 10 years ago that they have probably abandoned their channel, right? It's something they posted that became viral a long time ago. Has, so many thousands, hundreds, thousands, maybe even millions of views. Some video that will then, 10 plus years later, get hit with some bad juju, right? Because of some sweeping change that they retroactively change, right? That you have to comply with every rule, past, present, and future, right? And now, some, like, the FTC or somebody will be sending that person, some kind of fine for an exorbitant amount of money. Yeah, 2005, right. So 15 years. YouTube's been around 15 years. So that's what I said, over 10 years. So a video could have been posted 15 years ago that, let's say even 10 years from now, a new law or rule comes out or whatever, and it now has to retroactively somehow be within that scope of the rules. You're supposed to follow rules that come out 25 years in the future that you should have known about. Do you have a time machine? I don't have a time machine. But yeah. I agree that there should be some kind of thing put in place that there's no, this retroactive stuff needs to stop. For one, this retroactive stuff needs to stop. What you got posted here? Hi, we'll take a look real quick. End of YouTube song. Nice. I think that's the first step. They totally need to stop with this retroactive crap. Like, look, you make a law, anything that has been posted prior to that law, done. Does not count. Right? Karma Chameleon. Gotcha. Because it makes sense. Yeah. Yep, of course. Ooh, this is lagging a little bit. What's going on? There we go. Even Amazon is older. Oh yeah, Amazon is actually over 20, well over 20 years old.
Well, Holmes, here we are at the Royal Botanic Gardens. There's no doubt that this place is beautiful.
25.
But
There you
are
go.
you really intent on investigating the theft of the plants?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, Brassel, yeah. If you stop streaming, 10 years later, you get a fine for back when you were a streamer. It would be crazy. Yeah, it is. It's an asinine idea. It makes no sense. It kind of goes in line with some of that other mentality that's going around. That's not necessarily a legal issue, but kind of public opinion issue. And that is, oh, hey, somebody sent a tweet out that was, it's in unfavorable light, 15 years ago. That kind of mentality.
What are we doing, Holmes?
We're living in this
Let us
world where
find someone
anything,
who can help us.
like you're supposed to have, some kind of future knowledge of everything that was going to take place 20 years plus,
Don't
and whether
touch
or not what
anything
you're
else,
saying
that
is
clear. Just go and get
Yeah.
a bucket of fertilizer.
ridiculous.
And without turning it over this time. Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you? If you are here for a visit, please do come back on Sunday.
I am afraid that it cannot wait. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. We are investigating the theft of plants that took place here 5 days ago. A remarkable collection, I believe.
So you're the one in charge, eh?
A small favor for a friend. Now, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
I am Martin Hamish. I am the Deputy Director of Kew Gardens. And that fellow yonder is Albert. He works here.
I am delighted to meet you. What can you tell us about the plants?
They were rare and exceptional plants. We presented them at our last exhibition. We haven't removed the stand yet. It is still in the large glass house. We only learned of their disappearance the evening after the exhibition, and nobody saw anything.
No doors were forced?
No, but I would imagine that for a thief it would be fairly easy to gain entry, for there are no guards here.
Well, if you don't mind, we will take a look. Now, you say that it is in the large glass house.
Yes, the one just behind me. Just a second, since Albert has nothing else to do.
Yeah, hold on.
Albert, show these gentlemen where the exhibition was held.
How many people work here?
Only myself, but occasionally 2 students, Albert, whom you have met, and Miss White.
Okay. I says it's like
Here
if
it
you-
is.
Oh,
This is the place where the stolen plants were exhibited.
another cutscene.
Thank you. Is there something the matter?
Yes, there is. All right, the plants were valuable and rare, but it seems to me that the tragedy that took place here only 2 days ago has been entirely forgotten already.
What tragedy are you referring to?
The director of Kew Gardens, Mr. Montague Dunn, he died here just 2 days ago.
What?
We're very sorry. We were not aware. The 2 of you were good friends?
He was my father.
Oof.
Oh dear. Our condolences.
Big oof.
We should not be troubling you. Please do excuse us for the intrusion.
You say that he died here, in the large glass house.
Holmes?
Yes, just here, near the door to the colonial collection. He suffered a heart attack. Just like that. So suddenly. It was terrible. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I cannot remain here. If you need me, I'll be in the reserve. That's the room next to the front of the large greenhouse.
Of course, we understand.
Straight up, never liked the first guy from the beginning. Murder, I told you. Right? For real. But yeah, High's like, it's like your grandson gets a fine for something you did while streaming after you passed on. I mean, at the way things are going, that's what's going to happen. Right? You're going to have a situation where, somebody's, long deceased, and their estate gets handed off, right? Whether it still means much of anything or not, right? So, like, you're technically in charge of your grandpa's YouTube videos, right, from 45, 50 years ago, and you'll get fined because Grandpa said something or showed a picture he shouldn't have 50 years ago in a YouTube video. And you're in trouble for that today, right? Like, what's the logic in that? Help me understand. But yeah. All right, Mousy. Take it easy. Before we read anything, let's see if there's anything to say about this case here. Just examine the place where Montague Dunn met his death. Unusual theft, right. More than that.
Do not touch.
Do not touch. Well, I'm going to go touch. Little sore, was roughhousing with hubby last night. Hurt my knee. Oops. On a side note, did you ever play Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic? I have an actual physical copy of it here somewhere. It's not easy to stream, I will say that. On modern machines, it doesn't work too well. In fact, what's the name of that guy? That one, just like super badass dude. I think he wears a blue outfit. There's a character. Anyway, when he shows up, the game will crash. And it is a pain in the butt to get that fixed. And it seems like he crashes the game pretty much every time he shows up. And you've got to find a new way to fix it. It is not cool. I don't know if they patched that in some of the online stuff. Like on Steam or whatever, but I can't think of the dude's name. I'm pretty sure he wears like a blue outfit. You know who I'm talking about? He's like super badass. He's kind of like a bounty hunter-esque kind of character. All I know is that, yeah, it doesn't work well on modern machines.
Do not touch.
The plants were here. All of them were stolen.
Right. The guy with the hat gives to the count of 3. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I'm trying to think of that guy's name. I don't remember offhand. I will say this, and people are probably not gonna... I got a hot take. It's not Jango Fett. He's not in that. He's not in that story. But it does kind of describe that. It's there. It is the Boba Jango Fett type kind of character persona, so to speak. Not the outfit or anything necessarily, but it's that kind of character. It's like that game's version of it. Plant list.
Here is a list of the stolen plants.
Okay. I mean, essentially, it's not Jango Fett, but it might as well be, right? It's Jango Fett from a much earlier timeline, so to speak.
These trees, with their roots in water, must originate from Louisiana.
Ah, yes, the bayou. I remember our visit in the case of the Awakened.
According to Albert, this is where his father, Montague Dunn, was found dead.
Sight beyond sight. What do we got? Some fragments. And
Soil.
some dirt.
It should have come from a flower pot. The soil on the side of this flower shelf is the same as that on the ground.
Anyways, SWTOR online. They have a new event. They're going to start having swoop bike rallies. Interesting.
Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here.
Something new to go do. That's kind of cool. You swap over to the iPad soon? Alright.
This sign is broken. Something heavy was dropped upon it.
Okay-ish? What? I don't know, I mean, I hope it's cool. Oh, swapped soonish, okay-ish. Got it. Footprints.
The traces are thinner in some places. These boot marks are fresh. It appears as though someone was dragging their feet.
This one will go to another
The
stream.
footprints reveal that someone
How long this case
staggered
is.
here.
Okay. Oh.
This pot was broken fairly recently. A flower pot recently fell down from these shelves and was misplaced.
Tuesday? I don't know. Depends what people,
This
how y'all
door
feel
handle
about it.
is new. It was recently changed.
Let me just pose the question to you guys, since most of you are already here.
The door was smashed at shoulder height.
You want more? You want us to continue with more Sherlock tomorrow? Or would you rather just wait and we'll do Dungeonmans as normal? And
The esconson was breached near the handle.
hmm.
The door was forced from the inside of the Colonial Collection room.
Uh-huh.
The handle was changed afterwards.
Yep.
I think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection.
We'll inspect the Colonial Collection in just a moment. See if there's anything else in this room. Doesn't seem to be. Kit Kat's fine with whatever. They're both good games. That's all right, man. No, that's fine, man. I know that when you don't like something, you're just as vocal as anybody else about it, and I'm glad. So, because I'd rather know than not know. I'd rather viewers spoke up and be like, yeah, I don't really care for this so much. So, or I really like this. Do this instead, right? Like,
These plants
Makes-
come
it's
from
a lot-
all the territories
lot
of
of
the
help.
British Empire.
Callow Nord, that was it. Yep. Soon as you drop that name, like, oh, that was it. Yeah, Callow Nord. So, for some reason, Callow
Very strange.
Nord's
Half of the Colonial
appearance.
Collection is absent.
Callow Nord's appearance, the very first scene that he's in, will crash the game. Literally, like, he enters the room, the game crashes. And then it crashes again later on when he shows up. And I don't know why. Other than there's some kind of glitch. Does the Steam one work? Hello from the iPad. Hello and welcome back. I wanted to read what it says here. To the glory of the colonial empire, rare and exotic plants in our distant colonies. There you go. Hello, iPad. Hi, right? But yeah, something about Callow Nord.
According to this,
Doesn't,
they have light and moisture control.
Didn't
in
like
some parts of
the original version of the game. So here's the thing. I would hate to have to spend extra money for the Steam version of something I already own just to get a working version in addition, especially when, and here's the real kicker, I'm just going to come out and say it, and it's going to be, this is the hot take I was referring to, I mentioned just briefly earlier. I'm not a big fan of Knights of the Old Republic. I've said it. There we go. I didn't like it that much. Honestly, I did not. It was okay. Let me start by saying it was okay. I just don't think it's the masterpiece a lot of people feel that it is. So many people act like it was the gold standard of role-playing games when it came out, and I'm like, not really, but if that's how you feel, okay. Yeah, so I'm not really interested in spending more money on a game that I don't really like in the first place, just so I can have a working copy of it. If that makes sense, like really? I don't want to pay for a game twice that I insert dropping emote. Yeah. I'm a bit biased, I suppose, but I mean, if you look at the time, like, it kind of came out around the same time as like Gothic. And if I'm gonna play a game, and of course I've already streamed Gothic, but I mean, if I gotta pick one, it sure as hell ain't Knights of the Old Republic. Games that are the bee's knees, I can't stand Fortnite. Yeah, there you go. That'd be another hot take. I could really give two shits for a game like Fortnite. I don't like Battle Royale games in general. I'm full of hot takes if you want to hear them. I mean, I've cleared my own chat room before. That's why I don't usually talk too much about them. It's when people ask, and you sure you want to hear that answer? What are your thoughts on this? Well, we just walked into something.
The smell is strong. It is a detergent.
Some bleach. We'll never play a battle royale. There, I said it. Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, I've played a couple, mainly for funsies. And look, and for anybody that wonders, because I've had some people come in, Roxy as one, not to put her on the spot by any means, because she likes Fortnite, or at least at some point liked Fortnite. And she was like, oh, you should try it. You'd love it. You know what? I actually did install Fortnite once, and I played it for about 20 minutes and was like, no, this is as unexciting, and yeah, it was exactly how I thought it would be, and I didn't like it. Yeah, I played it. Didn't like it. Moving on. Right? Like, sometimes you can judge a book by its cover. I'm just saying. Especially when its cover is, like, see-through.
This broken fragment was the result of a heavy blow.
Overwatch is another one. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not a fan of those either. You like the story of KOTOR 1, but 2 is not that great. Yeah. That's true. I know a little bit about the second one. I never played it. That's another one I think I have a copy of floating around here. Or maybe did I get it? Maybe I have the Steam copy. I'd have to look to be sure. But I think I actually have it. Haven't played it, though. And I know a little bit about it and was like, eh. But after playing the first one, I was kind of like, eh. I don't think I purposely bought the copy. I wonder, maybe I got it for free. Somebody gave it to me. I can't imagine going out of my way to buy it when I didn't want it. So, I don't know. At least I'm pretty sure. Never downloaded a single battle royale. Never will. COD, that's my jam. Haven't played COD in over a year now. Really? Why not?
A fragment of marble, most likely chipped from a statue or sculpture.
If that's your jam, why haven't you played it? I'm curious now. Oh, you just didn't feel like playing it or whatever.
These windows were perfectly
Gotcha.
cleaned. Part of this greenhouse was emptied and thoroughly cleaned.
Used to play with a few friends, and you don't have contact with them for whatever reason now. Just stop playing. Ah, got it. They are... Okay. I get it. Yeah. Yeah, online multiplayer games, that's kind of a... That makes a lot of sense. I mean, well, look at... You still have contact, but the game just kind of ran its course. Yeah. Yep, I get it. Totally get it.
This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
I'll leave that open. Is there anything else to see? I thought I'd assume that if I could see anything, there'd be... Man, I can close it, and then I can open it. Right. I guess we'll figure that out later. Something's going on there. Stolen plants list, which we'll go through mainly because I don't feel like trying to pronounce all those right now. We'll go over it when I need to. Fragment. The marble fragment picked up from the floor of the colonial collection. Judging by form and refinement, part of a statue or sculpture. We're going to have to find that. But yeah, I totally get you on that one, man. But yeah, same, if anyone's wondering, same happened for Overwatch. I installed it back in the day during a, like, free weekend or something, and I played it for a little while and was like, eh. I mean, I kind of went in with the attitude of it's probably not going to be, like, I already know what kind of games I enjoy. I'm playing games for over years now. Longer than I'd care to. Well over 30. Yeah, well over 30 years. Seriously? Like, I kind of know whether or not you even played CS for a little bit. Yeah. That's why you never played Overwatch? Yeah, well, I mean, I was kind of, what's the word, wrangled into it by somebody that was all about it. Again, group of friends, like, oh, we're all going to play Overwatch. You should play Overwatch with us. And I'm like, I don't want to spend money playing it. I'm not going to spend money on a game that I know I'm not going to like. And then they're like, well, there's a free weekend. And like, okay, fine. And I'm like, all right, fine. I'll go download your game and I'll play. And come to the same conclusion that I already knew, is that I'm not going to like it. Now, that said, I have been pleasantly surprised by a few games that I didn't think I'd like all that much. It doesn't happen often, but once in a while it does, which is, you know, why I suppose that and to shut them up, right? Between the two.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
Right. Between, you know, getting them to finally just shut up about it and, you know, scratching that little tiny bit of curiosity you may have. Like, okay, fine, we'll play Overwatch. And it was like, yeah, this is exactly what I thought it was, and I don't care. You guys can enjoy Overwatch, have fun with it, you know. Like ESO, I think, if I remember correctly. I don't think so.
Water lily greenhouse.
The main problem... No, ESO seems kind of okay. The problem I... Get out of my way, Watson. There was a sign here, and I didn't know if I had to go look at it, too. Okay. Surprised. Oh, surprised I liked ESO. Yeah, okay, I gotcha. For a minute, I thought you meant the other way and that I didn't like ESO. And it's like, well, no, I actually did kind of like ESO. Yeah, that one was... Okay, no, you're right. That was one that I kind of was surprised. I didn't think I was going to like it. Another one that was a little bit surprising was the Batman Joker, and that was a multiplayer PvP, Gotham Imposters. That one was better than I thought it would be. In fact, if I had to play Overwatch, and here we go, hot take yet again. If I had to play Overwatch or Gotham Imposters, I'd rather play freaking Gotham Imposters. It's just me. Just me. Maybe the fact that it's free to play and I don't spend $30 for it. But then again, I'd probably put money in if I really liked it. So, I don't know. Maybe it's not a money issue. Maybe it's a game issue. Like, I actually enjoyed myself playing that one. Even though it was kind of a hot mess of a game, it was still fun. Something more fun about that than there was Overwatch. Just saying. But nobody was playing. Yeah. Well, it's because everyone's moved on to the next thing. That game has been dead basically for like a year and a half or more by the time we got to it.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
I never said my opinion was anywhere near, public's opinion or, the general consensus. I'll go on record as to say my taste can be very eclectic sometimes, and I'm willing to put up and excuse stuff in some situations and not in others, mainly because I really like this, so I'll put up with the rest of this garbage, even though I wouldn't put up with the same thing in another game because I like this game enough, I'll put up with it. Or if I see the same thing in a game I don't like, then I'm immediately like, screw it. A lot of your times in the opposite. Yeah. I totally feel you, man. I don't get what all the hubbub is about some of the games. Fortnite is trash, said it once and I'll say it again. Yeah. I don't care for Fortnite. I don't care for it. There's a lot of games that I don't care for.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
A lot of big ones. A lot of big games that I don't care for. They don't like games dependent on there being other players. True that. That's another problem that I have with just online multiplayer games in general. And it's that it's dependent upon there being enough people to play. And Gotham Imposters is a pretty good example. Like, I had some fun with that game. I kind of enjoyed it. But there was no matches because there was hardly anyone there. Say it with you. It's trash. Yeah. I don't see what everybody else sees in some of those games, but I'm sure they're looking at me saying, "How do you?" Well, okay. Here's we've talked about this one before. I don't get what the big Fort trash. Like I fight people on this one. I don't care, and that is shoot. What's the Space Ninjas? The hell's the name of that? Start with a W? I can't even remember the damn name of it. The one where you can't go in the water because you die. You can go out in outer space, but you can't stand in 2 feet of water or you'll die. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? The one where you have your own spaceship and you fly around? Well, you don't really fly anywhere. Warframe. That's it. Warframe. I don't see what the big deal is over Warframe. I don't like it that much. I would rather, I've said this before, I'd rather play Defiance 2050. I haven't played the old Defiance. There are tons of people that'll look at me like I got 7 heads. Like, how could you play that trash and not like Warframe? Right? if I had to choose between the two, I'd rather play Defiance over Warframe. That's just me. I didn't say my opinion was popular. I never said my opinion was popular.
A task list for Albert, compiled by Martin Hamish. Sweep out the palm house, scrub the toilets, clean the storage shed tools.
GTA Online is garbage. Never played it, but I didn't. It doesn't look that interesting. Doesn't look that interesting to me. Oh, finally the crazy music stopped. Defiance has a better feel, if you ask me. I agree with it. I agree with that. I think it feels better. I enjoy it more. And I says for GTA 5 single players where it's at. Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. In a game like GTA, they added multiplayer for the monetization aspects, right? Like, in single player, you can cheat stuff in and have whatever you want. It doesn't matter, right? Like that, at least especially in your old GTAs. Like that's just how it worked. With the online aspect, if they do that, then a cheater is bad, right? You can't let that happen. So what you do is you make monetization stuff so people can run around and bling, right? And so then you make a lot of money because now it's a game where you want to show off, essentially. So, like, I don't blame them for doing it from a monetary perspective. It's brilliant. But Warframe could have been a single player game. Oh, I agree. Yeah. Yep. Kind of feels like one for the majority of content, at least the early stuff that they had to. It kind of was a single player. Like there's so much you can solo if you got enough, good enough suit and whatnot, and almost zero story. That's another part of Warframe that bugged the piss out of me. I couldn't relate to any of the characters. Didn't understand the story other than bad guy bad, right? Like, bad people are bad. That was the story. Like, imagination talent helps you visualize objects and events. Oh, what are we imagining over there? You guys see that in the shadow? Guy breaking through the door and he's like puking or something. We go over to it? Why did it show it from here? Why are they showing it all the way over there? Why did it trigger all the way over here? That's bizarre. Yep. Knocking over the pot, breaking the door. No, hold on. Ghosts. So is there something before that? What were they doing back here? That guy stuck in there? Breaking the door. Knocking over the pot. Looks like that's all there is to it.
No, it wasn't like that.
So what if it's the other way? That makes even less sense.
No, it wasn't like that.
Okay, so I'm assuming... that we've missed a little something here to piece that together. Why are they showing me this now? It's really strange. The ventilation was closed. This broke. The guy got sick. Yeah. I just don't understand why they... I don't get it. Yeah, we are missing something. I just don't understand why it triggered for us all the way in that other room. I guess we'll figure it out in a moment. It just seems like it's out of order, that's all. Did I somehow not see the imagination thing when I was right here? That doesn't seem like it was true. And it shows up pretty obviously on screen. Yeah. Okay, so... maybe it was just some kind of a late glitch or something. Yeah, I don't know why I had to get all the way over here before it triggered. It's like it didn't happen until I talked or was about to talk to him. In fact, I don't recall seeing it because I was standing right here. And it was after I hit, it was like right over here before it finally, before the thing showed up. See? But that F wasn't even on screen until I was way over here. Should be some damage. Yeah. Well, we'll look around. I like to think that I'm relatively thorough, or at least try to be, in investigating. Maybe it's meant that way so you can go over and investigate. Probably. It's just weird. It feels like it breaks the flow. I don't think it was intentional from there. I think what's weird though is I would wonder if there wasn't something else. Well, maybe it's... yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. Maybe it's meant to pop up there because it's trying to lead you over there, because otherwise it breaks the flow of this entirely. Like, is the game subtly trying to say, don't talk to this guy right now and go look at that? Right? Like, is that what it's trying to say? That the game just going, hey, listen? Kind of makes me wonder. Now I'm second guess whether or not I should talk to him.
Farmhouse.
I don't think it's going to hurt to talk to him early. I highly doubt it. It'll just mean we don't get... well, it just means we'll have to go back and talk to him again later. All right. Let's go with this first. Let's get that profile first this time. We haven't done that before. Let's see what's going on here. He's got red eyes. He wept, consumed by grief. Well, his father passed away. Got a shaving cut. And clean hands. I'd appreciate if you DM me where you get to tonight. Can't stay awake anymore. Have a nice one. Alrighty, bud. Probably not very far. I mean, 20 minutes. We got about 20 minutes, I think, where we normally, 4 hours. So I doubt... I like to plod along. You know how that is. So, maybe a room farther from where we're at now. The way things going. Be sure to smile. That's right. Have a good one, bud.
Do you work here?
Yes, but part-time only, for I'm also studying botany at the University of London.
You're following in your father's footsteps, then. That is commendable.
Well, even if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say that I could be a good manager.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
That's kind of what I figured, is that we don't have enough to really say to him. But it's a start. It's a start. Since we're over here, we might as well look around out. Oh, there's a whole bunch of stuff out here. How much of the ground is explorable? And how much of it is of pertinence to our... I'm surprised I can't walk. Don't walk on the flowers, man. Not allowed to. Oh. Gotta take a break. Ah, much better. Okay, moving on. Just want you guys know I'm environmentally friendly. I recycle my jokes. You gotta go. You gotta go. All right, Mr. Hamish. Myopic, inexpensive glasses. Ooh, you got some ring around the collar there. Actually, more like mold around the collar. Now talk about the stain on his... It's not just his collar that's dirty. Unmarried, right? No ring on the finger and no mark of a ring. And the hands of a gardener.
Albert told us about the tragic death of Mr. Dunn, the late director of Kew Gardens.
Tragic indeed. His heart attack was quite unexpected.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Right, so there's very little right now that we have. His life is gardening. No time for women, that's right. His life and his love. Oh, wow. Map of Kew Gardens.
Ventilation system. Seed house. Dry tropics.
Speaking of jokes, got my first bit of my stand-up thing done. So lame, but very originally me. Fair enough. What do you mean, that clue?
Nursery.
Did I miss something in there?
Colonial collection.
Probably.
Water lily greenhouse.
Oh, the map looks like the game. Oh my god, yes. I guess I didn't even realize. It does.
Palm house.
It does. I wonder if there's a secret passage, you know, from one to the other.
Director's office, cloakroom, and laboratory. Reserve. A map of Kew Gardens.
Oh, too bad High's not here. No shit, Sherlock would have been perfect there. Right, so what they're saying is this is a big enough area. We've got like a separate map of this particular location. Thanks, Kit Kat. That's right, a map of Kew Gardens. What was your first clue there? Oh man, so does that mean we can go into all of these? Director's
Locked.
office. Oh, locked. Okay, but fair enough. Wonder if that was meant as an Easter egg? It might be. It does look really similar, but it's an outdoor, it's an exterior, but in general, it does have that look to it. It really does. There'd be no reason to not put in a nod to it, right? It's the same art style, yeah. Yeah, it's very similar. This should also be locked, right? I mean, if I was making a mystery whodunit game, right? Why wouldn't you toss in a reference here and there? Anything else, right? A little nod, you know. Oh man, this is gonna be a bunch to explore, methinks. Probably the biggest overall area yet, I think.
Nursery. Locked.
Well, when you can open it. Are we allowed to step over the little ankle-high gate? No, we're a gentleman. We don't do that. Alright, so assuming this is locked as well. Oh, wait. Okay, it's not. I guess we're just going to continue down this way. Here's the other side where the open vent is. So you'd think something happened here. Can we see the ghosts from here? Very nice. Well, you can see them from halfway across the map, but I mean, I know that they're like right there. Sorry, I just find it hard to believe that there's nothing here in this particular spot. Mainly because it is so close to the point of interest here. What? Lupins, what? Those flowers are lupins? Alright, they're not going to make us... I was going to say, they're not going to make us go through the whole thing again, I would hope. Okay. So it's kind of sectioned off in multiple little spots. New parkour at AQ3D, the Dagger Sewer Parkour Challenge. Frogger thing. This week. Nice. So this
nursery.
This door was locked.
Locked.
Why is it locked when I can go in that way? Unless... Oh, there'd be a hallway there. Or, well, not a hallway, but a room of the nursery. So the nursery itself is locked down. On both sides. That's what I'm trying to get at. And you'll notice that the ventilation goes through there. That ventilation thing's very important, I can see.
Seed house. Locked.
Also locked. I feel like the ventilation is the, probably the place we want to...
There is a smell of burning.
Around the corner, huh? Guess we should go rush and see what it is.
The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
Huh.
A broom handle was half burned. A door handle?
Oh.
Why would anyone throw such a thing in the fire? The door handle
To get
the
rid of
colonial
evidence.
collection and that of the fireplace
Uh-huh.
are made of the same material.
Yes, indeed. Whoa. Beautiful.
A protective mask.
How'd you like to wear that on your head for to going out for the quarantine? Frighten all the little chillin'?
Someone set it alight, but it did not burn.
Bit overkill. Probably.
The remains of a picture frame. The plants were set alight fairly recently. Some have not completely burned.
Well, pick that stuff up then, sunshine. What a mess. Go up to the kids with that. Want some candy? Yeah. I'm sure I'm sure that'll go over well. Search your archives for the for the symbol on the broken flower pot. Not from Kew Gardens, but it means divine, if I am not mistaken. Search the archives for the plant list. And we got to look here at Martin. Unmarried, hands and nails resemble those of a gardener, dirty and swollen, short-sighted, wearing bifocals to correct his vision. Very plain. Works hard to the point of neglecting his appearance. Sadly, unlikely that he has any female companion. He lives alone. He also seems like a real stand-up, generous, well-mannered kind of guy, too. I'm sure that gets him all the ladies. That kind of attitude that he has. Actually, seems like a bit of an asshole. If the sarcasm wasn't dripping enough, we'll just come out and say it. Albert Dunn, a nervous and anxious young man, clearly evident by his bitten fingernails. What? Nod to the Predator 2 movie. Uses a quantity of detergent with which to clean his hands. Poor decision seeing as he handles plants and soil. His eyes are red. He is weeping recently, as age tells us. Still at university. Good looking, unmarried, probably. Still lives with his mother. Anything going on over here? There's a little pond. Like we can't go past the rake. Don't walk on the rake. It'll slam you in the face. We've seen enough Tom and Jerry cartoons to know. Okay, so why did they... Why did they want to make sure... I mean, well, obviously there was some important stuff inside. But, like, I don't know. Like, would we not have noticed the giant plume of black smoke if we had walked around the corner? They wanted to make sure that we saw it? I don't know. I just find it weird that they had to do a whole cutscene to point us in the direction. Of course, I've missed some pretty basic things. Of course, we're way over here by the ventilation system, which I am very interested in taking a look at if it's not locked. which it might very well be. Oh no, it seems like we might be able to get in here. Kid offers the predator some candy and repeats it throughout the movie. Oh! You know, I have not seen that movie in so long, I totally forgot about that.
A water tank.
A water tank, you don't say. Now we're finally getting back to those moments that we were so very much assuming was going to be a thing.
Ventilation system.
There we go.
It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings. A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings.
So there's more to it. It's just not... We don't have whatever. There's something here we don't quite have ready yet. We see our ghosts from across the map. Holy shit, we can. Look at that. Surprise of surprises. Alright, well, it turns out that we don't have whatever it is to get this whole ventilation system thing under, under wraps. Or under wraps. What would you say? What's the opposite of that? Unwrapped, maybe? I don't know.
Seed house. Locked.
Seed house locked. Get out of the way, Watson. Yeah, unfortunately, whatever's important with the ventilation thing, we don't have figured out yet. This is where we were when the whole smoke thing kicked off. I guess we've seen all there is to see here. Because a lot of stuff is locked. We check this one too. Nope.
Dry tropics.
Alright, let's see what we can find in the dry tropics room. Step on the cactus, it'll be fun. Whoop. Hey, look, guys. Hold on, let's see if I can get it to happen again. He's high on pot. Look.
These flower pots are beautiful. They are intended to be used for exhibition purposes.
Kit Kat. I know, I'm horrible. I'm gonna hope, I'm actually working on a much better, like, if you're worried about the stand-up challenge next week, the jokes will be much better. At least I hope.
The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
So another mysterious symbol. Inappropriate relations with the cart. Inappropriate. I don't know what he's doing. Being inappropriate. There's a whole bunch of things that look interesting to read, but apparently aren't. That's kind of a neat looking tree. Wonder what those are. Just don't have inappropriate relations with the cactus. Yeah, no kidding. What are those? Wish we could actually read the sign. I'm sure those are based off of some kind of real plant. What the hell are these? What kind of cactus are those? I don't know. They just look really funky. Like that big, like, I don't know what you'd call it, but like big fat trunk and then like little sprouts coming up at the top. They don't look like something that actually is, they don't look real. Like, as in like truly based on something from Earth. Just something about the way, like that, the big bulbous kind of trunk with the way that it sprouts out. Just doesn't look right. It looks alien to me. Everything else here looks fine. Like, that, the other cacti here, totally normal. This, alien planet. Just me? Is that based on it? Has anyone ever seen a real cactus that looks like that? Or, I don't know. I mean, I don't get out a lot. But these look weird. These just look freaking weird. I've never seen an actual cactus that looks like that. But now that I have, like, they look so weird, I almost like, maybe they forced it to grow. Yeah, like maybe some kind of weird hybrid. Or the way that they, or I don't know what you're talking about now. Like the square watermelons, right, that people grow. Yeah, forced it to grow a certain way. Maybe.
Dry tropics.
Have you guys ever seen those, like, super bent trees? I'm not talking about, like, the Tunguska thing. I mean, like, trees that grow, like, they're crooked. Yeah. They have this loop, almost. Like, imagine a tree standing straight up, and then imagine, like, the letter C, and then, like, insert that so that instead of the trunk growing, you know, up and down, it goes up from the ground a couple of inches and then does a letter C and then back up. Like, there's real trees like that. And they're not exactly sure. I'm trying to think where those grow at. There's a forest. They literally call it, like, the Crooked Forest or something like that. Well, they don't know. Their best guess is that they were probably man-made. The idea being that they probably made really good shapes for things like oxen yokes, right? You'd naturally, they think somebody purposely grew them that way many years ago, and then over time they just stopped doing it for whatever reason, and the trees that are there now are from that time from before, when, you know, because trees have a long life, obviously. So they started growing that way, and then they were there long, you know, they grew that way long enough that they're permanent. And now they're there, you know, hundreds of years later in this weird shape.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
Some have theorized that it could be a natural phenomena. In fact, we've seen evidence
Water
of
lily greenhouse,
like other plants that bend again towards the sun, right? You know, stuff like that, where they grow in a weird pattern, but never in like a C. Like, there's no real reason, like, they're not on the side of a mountain or anything where they would grow in a weird angle. It's flat. The land is mostly flat.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
It's a big ventilation area thing. Vents again. And we've made our way all the way around. So I think for the moment, well, let's bring this up again and see if we can. Is there any other clues? There's got to be a third piece to this. Examine the detergent. I mean, I would have thought we'd have made a connection, but so here's what I think. Calling this now, right? I think is that once we figure out this ventilation, because it being closed and opened, something about that will...
These windows were perfectly cleaned.
Something about that will then give us the first piece of this sequence. I think we are looking at, when we turn this on, right, it makes sense that breaking the door leads to stumbling out and breaking the pot. But there's either a piece missing, well, or a piece missing here, or a piece missing prior. I'm almost certain of there being, like, the cause of them wanting to break down the door. So we're missing, like, step 1. This, or more. This is not step 1, I doubt. I doubt this part here is step 1. This is step 2 or greater. And for some reason we haven't figured out what that step is, but I have a sneaking suspicion it has to do with the ventilator. Or ventilation, I should say. Anyway. I believe what we're going to do is, can we save here? Because that's really what we need to do. It's kind of that time. Well, considering I don't have a save, where was our last save? I don't know. It probably saves when we find new evidence. It tends to auto-save quite a lot. I'm gonna hope we don't have to repeat a lot of stuff. At the very least, it would save at the last person we talked to. It probably saved at least the fire. Yeah, we haven't seen that much here, so. Considering I don't see an actual... It auto-saves, so... We're not going to be that far back. In fact, actually, out of curiosity, let me hit continue and see what happens when we pull it up. Let's just do that just for sake of argument. For science, there we go. For science. Let's see how far back we are. Because I feel like we discovered after the fire, we didn't discover much anything else. There was some stuff there. Well, there was the ventilation machine. Okay, we're here with the inappropriate flower pots and the desert. The weird cacti. Works. That's fine. It's getting inappropriate with the flower pots again. Figures that's where he'd stop. That's where he'd save. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Figures. Alright, let's go ahead and turn some music on. Because, ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time. We've been at this for about 4 hours, so it is time for the end of the stream. I think what we'll do is maybe I'll put a post on Discord. If you guys are really interested, whether or not you want to see this tomorrow, as opposed to Dungeonmans, or we can wait. I don't know. Maybe I'll put a discussion up. Maybe I'll just say to heck with it, and I'll choose one over the other myself. But I think that'll happen on Discord. So if you're not following on the Discord, you might want to hit exclamation Discord, grab that. I want to see if there's anybody that we can host tonight. We got a decent mix of people. We got some people on the Twitch side and some people on the Mixer side. Oddly enough, as weird as Mixer's been, apparently there's some people watching. I'm glad if you're here over on the Mixer side. I appreciate it. We've had a lot of technical issues, and it doesn't want to load for us all the time. It's just been like that for about a week. But that said, it usually works very well, and we don't have very many problems normally. Anyway, I'm going to see if there's anybody that we can host. And in the meantime, feel free to not only join Discord, but, Discord or Twitter, you'll know not only when I go live, but when giveaways go up, free games, all kinds of stuff. If you happen to like the free games. Most people tend to like free games, but I hope if you do, follow, join up. Let's see. Rick is currently live playing some Far Cry. Kit Kat's gonna head out. Right on. I think we're gonna give Rick McKnight a bit of a host. Far Cry 5's a lot of fun, and Rick's a great dude. Rick McKnight. We'll drop a link in here for everybody. That way, regardless of where you're at, you can hit the link and go say hi. Mixer's not accepting that either. Mixer, what's your problem tonight? I don't know what Mixer's problem is, but I think we're gonna go ahead and give him a quick host. Rick McKnight's a wonderful guy. I've already said that, but it bears repeating because he is. He's a great streamer. One of the first streamers that I really kind of built a rapport with when I first started on Twitch, and has been a great moral support and all kinds of stuff, man. It's been good. All right, so let's show him some love. We're going to head on out. Speaking of showing some love, I want to thank everybody for the hosts and the follows tonight. As always, I want to thank my patrons for their continued support very, very much. And again, if you're interested, make sure to hit up the socials there. You might also want to consider hitting follow or subscribe if you're on YouTube. You want to know when I'm live next, which should be tomorrow night. We'll either be doing more of Sherlock Holmes, or we'll stick with the schedule, as you will, and we'll do Dungeonmans. Not exactly sure. Maybe we'll bring it to a vote in Discord. So, that's it. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more gaming goodness. 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Stay tuned for Rick McKnight.